Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition. Whereas cell phone usage is necessary to the success of many businesses, and whereas the community of Woods Harbor, Shelburne County continues to be underserved by all mobile networks, including Bell, Rogers, and Eastlink. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Nova Scotia to work with these cellular companies to ensure proper coverage for business and personal usage. Mr. Speaker, there are 375 signatures on it. I have fixed mine as per the rules.
The petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beg leave to table petition, the operative clause reading, we the undersigned are calling on the House of Assembly to take action by recognizing that multiple chemical sensitivity is both a disability and a real illness, and I have affixed my signature as well.
Petition is tabled. We'll now move on to presenting reports of committees. The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, as the Chair of the Committee on Private and Local Bills, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 13, an act to amend Chapter 207 of the Acts of 1899, an act to incorporate Harmony Cemetery Company in the County of Colchester. The committee recommends this bill to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments.
Ordered that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage and Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on the future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Ursula Johnson, a multidisciplinary artist of Mi'kmaq ancestry, produces powerful works highlighting the relationship among people, nature, and colonialism. And whereas on October the 25th, Mi'kmaq artist Ursula Johnson won the prestigious 2017 Sobey Art Award in Toronto, a tremendous achievement which highlights the continued tradition of excellence in the Mi'kmaq artistic community. And whereas by winning the Sobey Art Award, Canada's most prestigious honour for young contemporary artists, Ursula Johnson has brought great credit to the province of Nova Scotia, our cultural communities, and Indigenous artists across the country. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly proudly recognize Ursula Johnson on winning the 2017 Sobey Art Award and wish her all the best for continued success in her artistic endeavours. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. Notices of motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby request the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the House of Assembly Rules and Forms of Procedure. Be it resolved that all the congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of Procedure of the House of Assembly from September 21st, 2017 to the end of business today that have not been otherwise considered by the House of Assembly be approved.
Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to statements by members. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on this last day of the legislature to pay tribute to 3 generations of Sullivans from the Eastern Passage Cow Bay area. George and Helena Sullivan were instrumental in the building and success of our extremely popular Cow Bay Buffalo Club. Their daughter Kelly and her husband Scott Durnford have continued this tradition of volunteering in our community. But today I want to pay a special tribute to an extraordinary young man from Cow Bay, Keegan Durnford. Keegan is a 20-year-old student at the Nova Scotia Community College taking graphic design. He is also an amazing bagpiper with the Dartmouth and District Pipe Band. Keegan has performed as far away as Scotland at the World Pipe Band Championship in 2015, where our band came in 4th. They are going back in 2018 to hopefully come home with the gold medal. Last night, Keegan was awarded the Atlantic Association of Clans Sutherland Leadership Award, recognizing achievement and success during the summertime competitions, and in particular for his extraordinary efforts to help young members just starting out. I ask the members of this legislature to join me in recognizing the gifts and achievements of such an extraordinary young man, as well as his parents and grandparents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to speak to my fellow members who I think on all sides of the House have shown a remarkable level of awareness, sensitivity, and just knowledge about PTSD during this session. And as I was listening to the debate yesterday, what kept coming to mind was something that I learned that surprised me about PTSD by hearing an interview with David Morris, who wrote a brief history of PTSD and is himself someone who suffers from it. And one fact that he shared is that while 15 to 20% of American veterans will, who have been in combat zones will develop PTSD, about 49% of female rape survivors will develop PTSD. He described rape as being more psychologically toxic than war, and reframed PTSD as a women's rights issue. I think given the amount of awareness and concern about PTSD in this House, we might want to hold that awareness as we look at justice and other issues where we know that the overwhelming number of women in our prisons are in fact trauma survivors. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Speaker, I proudly rise here today to recognize the Greenwood branch of the Canadian Military Wives Choir and congratulate the group on their performance at the Invictus Games in Toronto this fall. The choir, composed exclusively of partners of active military personnel, was formally established in 2015 and has quickly developed a strong membership. As members of the community, military spouses share unique and sometimes difficult experiences as their loved ones go through extended periods of deployment away from home. On behalf of the province of Nova Scotia, I would like to thank the members of the Greenwood branch, the Canadian Military Wives Choir, for supporting each other, offer my congratulations on performing at the Invictus Games, and wish them all the best in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate Mrs. Mary Price of Little Lorraine, who was recently presented with the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Manadoo Community Development Association. Mary is a lifelong volunteer and a resident of Little Lorraine, and it is very fitting that she be recognized for her many years of volunteer service she has provided to the communities in the area. I know Mary personally, and she has spent her whole life helping every person and organization in the surrounding areas. It is a pleasure to thank Mary Price for being such an amazing and caring woman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I am so happy to rise today to add my congratulations to Ursula Johnson, who last night was awarded the 2017 Sobey Art Award for her work Moose Fence. Ursula is a Mi'kmaq artist from the land of the fog, Unama'ki, born and raised in Eskasoni. Now living in Dartmouth North, she is the first person from the Atlantic region to ever win the prize, which is valued at $50,000. Moose Fence is an installation piece which reimagines a highway moose fence into a cage. There are programmed lights which shift the atmosphere from dawn to dusk within minutes. It's currently installed at the University of Toronto, but I hope it makes its way to a space here so we can get a chance to experience it. To date, Ursula's work, which combines performance with installation, examines the collision of traditional Indigenous culture and colonial oppression, and does so at the highest level of craft, detail, and humor. She's been nominated for and won several accolades for her work, most recently, aside from the Sobey Art Award, the International Council of Fine Arts Deans Award for Achievement and Excellence. So I ask the House to join me in thanking Ursula for her excellent and important contribution to modern and contemporary art in Nova Scotia and all through Turtle Island, and to congratulate her for this prestigious award.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize an unsung Shi hero that hails from the community of North Preston, Ivory Provo, 73-year-old who has been volunteering and giving back to her community for most of her life. Through various organizations such as the Seniors Group, her church, the St. Thomas Baptist Church, the Annie V. Johnson IODE, the Cancer Society, the Black Cultural Society, Girl Guides, IWK, just to name a few. She has donated quilts, knitwear to the daycare centers, infants at the IWK, and orphan children in Africa. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and members of this House of Assembly thank Mrs. Provo on her generosity and willingness to give back to her province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 7th International Ukulele Ceilidh kicked off October 13th in Liverpool. Every second year since 2007, organizers of this popular event bring together some of the best musicians strumming the wee but mighty ukulele. This unique festival offers workshops, open mic sessions, jam sessions, and this year's Ceilidh wrapped up with a final concert at the Astor Theatre on the 14th. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating the organizing committee, instructors, entertainers, and performers of the 7th International Ukulele Ceilidh. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the highway workers of CUPE Local 1867. Yesterday, talks broke off between the local and the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal, and a conciliator was appointed, declared an impasse between the two parties. The impasse was due in no small part to the black cloud of Bill 148 hanging over the negotiations. The local has been without a contract since November 2014 and now faces arbitration under the standards established by the government's anti-work legislation. Indeed, CUPE has announced that 1867 and the 1,400 men and women they represent will now be exploring their right to a charter challenge of Bill 148. Mr. Speaker, let the record show that I stand in solidarity with these workers and commend them for their patience and fortitude throughout this process.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise to talk about the Cape Breton Centre for Craft and Design. Mr. Speaker, the Cape Breton Centre for Craft and Design is a charitable organization that supports over 250 members and organizations across Cape Breton. Their mandate is the promotion, the education, and the economic development of the craft sector in Cape Breton. This year, Mr. Speaker, marks their 10th anniversary in their state-of-the-art facility in downtown Sydney, which has supported artists from across the island, but it has also welcomed thousands of visitors from all over the world. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in my place today to congratulate Lori Burke and her staff and the board of the Cape Breton Centre for Craft and Design on their 10th anniversary in their facility, and thank them for the promotion and protection of the arts sector and all the artisans in Cape Breton. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Dartmouth East athletes who competed at the 2017 Canada Games in Winnipeg. Dartmouth East had 8 talented young people participate in a variety of sports this summer. Winning 9 medals, including 4 gold, Dartmouth East could not be more proud of our athletes. Of course, the majority of our medals were won in sprint, canoe, kayak, but that is to be expected of athletes coming from the City of Lakes. I wish to congratulate Andrew Arsenault, Joey Hagan, Mike Noggle, Grace Webby, Olivia Denman, Robert Larice, Alyssa Hartland, and Luke Gallant on their fantastic performances and achievements this summer. Next stop, the Olympics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Nova Scotia SPCA, who received nearly 40,000 pounds of pet food to help feed pets in need across the province. Through PetSmart's Buy a Bag, Give a Meal program, the Nova Scotia SPCA collected what is the equivalent of 335,000 meals of donated pet food. This marks the single largest donation the organization has ever received. This food will help many animals across the province and will be distributed amongst the various locations throughout Nova Scotia, as well as to those who have helped by taking in numerous stray cats. This food will of course be free of charge and will help numerous people across the province provide for their recently adopted pets. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly recognize the hard work and dedication of the Nova Scotia SPCA and commend them for their efforts throughout the province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Daniel Arsenal from Trenton suffers from Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a progressive muscle disorder. His parents, Kenny and Lynn, are to be commended for being great role models for all our children. In particular, Daniel, who continues to display an amazingly beautiful smile while overcoming obstacles. Their kindness, compassion, and honesty has instilled in Daniel the motivation to achieve. The grade 12 North Nova Education Centre student is an avid hockey fan. He is often seen cheering on the Pictou County Junior A Crushers at the Wellness Centre. His bedroom is a shrine devoted to his favourite team, the Toronto Maple Leafs. The parents' love for Daniel is a reflection of a deep sense of gratitude and respect that he feels towards them. I would like to wish Daniel great success throughout his grade 12 school year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an introduction?
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce my nephew, Hugh Garber, and his mom, Alison Garber, who are sitting up there in the front. My nephew, Hugh, loves mac and cheese and spaghetti and superheroes. He lives with autism and he raised over $2,000 for Autism Nova Scotia. I'm sure he appreciates it, but he doesn't love loud noises. And Hugh also helps to educate his class with the help of his mom about autism and living with autism. My sister-in-law and friend, Alison Garber, who may be known to some members of this House, is a member of the Board of Autism Nova Scotia, a professional public relations woman, and a tireless advocate for her son. Please join me in welcoming Alison and Hugh.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a chance conversation between two friends led Waverley's Hilary Chouchard and Nancy Keating to support the transportation of the Canada Gate project to Europe. With no information on the Canada Gate, a one-ton gate made of steel, Hilary suggested that she could put into a container with a few vehicles, no problem. Hilary and her company, VSI Worldwide, took on the project and donated all the costs involved for logistics and transportation from Halifax to Europe. The dedication ceremony of the Canadian Gate will take place next month in Belgium, where we'll pay tribute to the Canadian soldiers who fought in the Battle of Passchendaele a century ago. Nancy Keating designed the Canada Gate, which was constructed by Al Sim of Avon Valley Metalworks, and also created the last steps of Halifax at the waterfront. Thank you to Hilary, Nancy, and Al for ensuring our soldiers' sacrifices are not forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the West Gallery, and I would like Paul Dion, Director of the Nova Scotia Lifeguard Service, and Ms. Rowan Hart, a lifeguard who served at the Port Hood Beach this summer, and I would like members to extend a welcome to them. And Mr. Speaker, after I read this statement, I'm sure members will want to extend another hand of applause for Ms. Hart. Each summer, the sandy beaches of Inverness County fill with the excitement of people enjoying the warmest waters north of the Carolinas. The dangers of the ocean may be far from their minds, but we know things can happen without warning. Saturday, July 22nd was one of those days. Let us recognize the bravery and compassion of Rowan Hart and Grace O'Donnell at Port Hood Beach, and Samantha McEachern and Ava Hart at Inverness Beach, who selflessly answered the call of duty. Their training and determined spirit took charge to help those in need. May we in this legislature thank Rowan, Grace, Samantha, Ava, and the Nova Scotia Lifeguard Service for the lives they have saved this past summer and for the lives they've tried to save.
The honourable member for Colchester North on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if I could do my introduction and then read a member's statement, I would appreciate that. I would like to draw the member's attention to the East Gallery, where we have a constituent of mine, Jim Bailey, from Tatamagouche area. And, you know, we talk in the House here about rural and urban, and we're all one big family here. But I can tell you there's something that the rural members and rural Nova Scotians have that the Metro people don't. And that is the ability to determine how long it takes to get from point A to point B. So Jim was in the city at 1 o'clock to be here at 1 o'clock. He's just arrived. That's Metro travel for you, Jim. You go back to Colchester North, where we know how long it takes to get from A to B. I do want to welcome you here. My member statement. The Canadian Seed Growers Association is a non-profit organization of 3,500 members that monitors and certifies pedigree seed for all agricultural crops except potatoes. The association recently presented Jim Bailey from Tatamagouche, Colchester North with the Robertson Associate Award, the highest award the association gives its members. He was nominated by the local maritime branch of the Seed Growers Association and selected by a national board for the award. Bailey grew up on a dairy farm near Tatamagouche and graduated from the Nova Scotia Agricultural College, joined a farm wholesale retail group in Atlantic Canada, and specialized in crop input service sector. He then managed a major feed mill and farm centre in Charlottetown, and over the next 10 years managed many others throughout Atlantic Canada. In the mid-90s, he developed a forestry, harvesting, and silviculture business in partnership with Field Crop and later seed production. With the consolidation of seed, he shifted to limited flax and cereal seed, and also the development and management of wild blueberries. And he knows how to control wildlife when they're in his blueberries. Bailey is an agricultural innovator and has been very active in the development of his sector, serving on many committees and boards. The strong support of his wife, Brenda, allows him to be away from his family, away from his home, as he participates in these farm organizations. Congratulations, Jim.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to update the members on the Pictou West Food Bank. I spoke of it the other day and how much it was in trouble, but I want to thank a social program named Me to We, which is run through schools in Pictou County. Students from the community will be going door to door on October 31st, 2017 to collect donations for the food bank. This certainly could not come at a better time with winter just around the corner and the recent announcement that food bank supplies were in increased need. Mr. Speaker, the Me to We program encourages young people to volunteer their time to help others and become a valuable resource of the community. This Halloween, if you see a student wearing a We Scare Hunger t-shirt, please donate. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to express my appreciation for Desmond Cole, the journalist and activist from Toronto who spoke last night at the University of King's College, also generously gave some of his time to the NDP caucus yesterday to speak about carding and police checks. Mr. Cole speaks clearly and convincingly about the psychological impact of being stopped by police, which, as of 2015, he had been more than 50 times already. The collection and sharing of personal data by police agencies also has real impact on employment and travel for Black and Indigenous people who disproportionately are the subject of this practice. In Halifax, we know that African Nova Scotians were stopped 3 times more often than white individuals based on data between 2005 and 2016. I thank Mr. Cole for his clear analysis of the issue and his generous solidarity with racialized people in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Bruce Bartow of Hammonds Plains Lucasville for his continued support for the fight against cancer. On September 21st, Bruce undertook a 100-kilometer run and school tour. An ultra-marathoner and dedicated supporter of cancer causes, it was something Bruce was passionate about doing. In order to meet his goals, he ran and was joined by his wife Bonnie, who cycled with him doing the 100 kilometers in one day. Terry Fox's brother, Fred Fox, was in Nova Scotia this week, and Bruce was meeting up with him along his route to go to Madeline Simons Middle School, Charles P. Allen, and other local schools. His plan was to thank them and encourage participation by the various students and schools in the important role they have continued the success of what Terry started. Bruce is a keen mentor to youth and a great role model for future leaders. I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking Bruce Bartow for his continued support in the fight against cancer and congratulate him on his 100-kilometer run. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I wish to acknowledge the incredible work done by Ken Schwartz and Chris O'Neill in the creation of the Ross Creek Centre for the Arts. This Arts Centre, now in its 14th year, has had an incredible impact on the arts community in the Annapolis Valley and the province. The variety of arts supported by the centre is vast and include theatre, camps, visual arts, concerts, performances, workshops, and school outreach programs. Young lives introduced to the arts at their many camps are forever changed. Among their many accomplishments is the Two Planks and a Passion theatre group which resides at the Ross Creek Centre for the Arts. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in recognizing the enormous contribution of Ken Schwartz and Chris O'Neill have made to the arts in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
I beg leave, Mr. Speaker, for an introduction.
Permission granted.
I'd like to point people's attention to the East Gallery, where my constituency assistant is taking in her last question period for this sitting, we believe, or anyway, I hope she enjoys the action. No clapping. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 31 years ago today, the Red Sox lost the World Series. In the wee hours of the morning. But later that day, on a beautiful sunny October afternoon, my son Daniel was born and made me a mother for the first time. Dan has always been a bundle of energy. He lights up a room when he walks in. He started his day today with uphill sprints with 40-pound weight vest on him. That's the kind of energy he still has at 31, and I wish him a happy birthday.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to bring recognition today to Mr. Dick Bristol and this last 7.5 years service for Dick's Jamboree. Dick and his Jamboree provided music every Wednesday night, and it was attended most weeks by over 200 people. Dick and his wife Carol are amazing people serving our community through music. Every summer, they had a special Jamboree inviting the workers of the Bridge Workshop to sing and perform. It was truly, truly beautiful. The joy he brought to our community with Dick's Jamboree was outstanding. The Jam will be missed. However, we want to make sure that Dick knows just how much he is appreciated by me and the entire community of Amherst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Graham Mann of Second Peninsula, who on October 19th was recognized with the Young Entrepreneur Award from Startup Canada. This award was presented by the Business Development Bank of Canada. 17 outstanding entrepreneurs gathered in Ottawa from all across Canada and were presented with awards as part of the 4th Annual National Startup Canada Awards. Graham Mann co-founded Lean Systems, a cloud-based optimization engine built on the most powerful techniques available for solving large-scale optimization problems with multiple constraints. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and the members of this House of Assembly please join me in congratulating Graham on his hard work and dedication and wish him the best of luck with his business Lean Systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester Musqueam Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This being the last day in this session, I wish to acknowledge the work that has been done in this session of the legislature.
That's out of the bag now, Larry.
Order, please. We'll afford the honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley a chance to start over.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I wish to acknowledge the work that has been done by this session of the legislature, as tough as that may be sometimes. But we do have a number of issues that need our attention, and it's my prayer that all of the members of the legislature will use their knowledge, their experience, and their compassion as we continue to seek for resolutions that will address the difficulties of all Nova Scotians. So may God bless all in this legislature, the members, the pages, the staff in all areas. Be healthy, be safe, and be kind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Morgan Barron, a resident of Clayton Park, who was recently selected by the New York Rangers in the NHL draft. Morgan and his family were very excited to hear his name called at the draft in Chicago. However, it was no surprise to anyone that he would become a successful hockey player. Morgan is a role model to many young athletes in the community. After graduating from Halifax West High School in 2017, Morgan began his next journey attending Cornell University this past fall. Morgan is accomplished both on and off the ice, being someone who graduated with top marks in his graduating class. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of this House of Assembly join me in congratulating Morgan Barron on his recent commitment to the New York Rangers and wish him the best of luck at Cornell University in his freshman year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the Almadam Chase the Ace. Almadam Chase the Ace is a fundraising event formed of 10 organizations on Almadam, including Acadiaville Community Centre, Disco Civic Improvement Society, Almadam New Horizons Club, Jefferson's Island Community Centre, La Picasse, Little Ants Samson Cove Social Action Centre, Our Lady of Assumption Parish Hall, Rocky Bay Irish Club, Royal Canadian Legion Branch 150, and St. Joseph's Services. This fundraiser was able to provide each of these organizations $20,000 while also making 2 donations of $5,000 each to the Straight Richmond Healthcare Foundation and the St. Anne Community and Nursing Care Centre. Mr. Speaker, the benefit to the community was not only simply monetary. Working as one brought all these communities on Almadam closer together and proved that great success can be achieved by combining resources. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this legislature to join me to thank the many volunteers that gave so generously of their time to make Almadam Chase the Ace a resounding success.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Megan Leslie on her new posting as the President and CEO of the World Wildlife Fund Canada. For 7 years, Megan proudly served the federal riding of Halifax, was beloved to her constituents and admired by those working for progressive causes across the country, in addition to her colleagues in the House of Commons. Now, after serving for 10 months as Senior Advisor to the WWF's World Oceans team, she will be leading the important work of preventing species decline in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is an understatement to say that Megan Leslie's extensive background in social justice, community, and political work will serve her well in her new role. On behalf of the NDP caucus, I wish her the very best of luck.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge an exceptional percussionist, composer, and music teacher, Mr. Ken Shorley. Ken was recently honoured with the 2017 Valley Arts Award at the Deep Roots Music Festival for his significant and long-term contributions to the arts in the Annapolis Valley. Mr. Shorley is primarily influenced by a variety of styles from around the world. He has been a featured artist in many musical festivals, has played with some of the finest musicians in the country, and his compositions have been performed across the continent. He has also dedicated his passionate he is also dedicated and a passionate music educator and developed the Atlantic Canada's only university credit course in world drumming. Ken Shorley is certainly a very deserving recipient of the 2017 Valley Arts Award, and I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating on receiving that honour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this being the last sitting of this Assembly, I wanted to take an opportunity as one of the new MLAs to sincerely thank all the members of this legislature from both sides of the House. It's been a very enjoyable experience. I thank everyone for their patience, their guidance, and it's been very enjoyable, Mr. Speaker, yourself as well. And I do want to recognize and thank all the members of my caucus. I certainly couldn't fit in better, and I have a wonderful team here, and I just want to thank everybody and wish them all the best while till we meet again, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, the Bus Stop Theatre is a small, unassuming performance space on Gottingen Street. From the street, it appears to be a storefront like many other, very ordinary, but what happens inside the building is quite extraordinary. Run as a co-op, governed by a board of directors and run day-to-day by Executive Director Sebastian LaBelle, the bus stop is a hub of independent performance in Halifax. It's a flexible space and is used by many theatre, dance companies, spoken word artists and musicians. It's an inclusive space where artists and audiences gather together to share art, and because it's relatively inexpensive to rent, it's one of the only places where emerging artists can present work and get an audience to see it. That all sounds really great, but it's really not, because the bus stop, one of Halifax's only accessible venues for performance, is at risk of falling victim to the changing landscape of Gottingen Street. It's becoming increasingly difficult to keep the venue housed in a building whose value is going up and which is incredibly expensive to keep up. Community members and government officials at all levels recognize the positive impact of this important venue, and I hope a solution can be found so that the Bus Stop Theatre can continue to thrive and be a hub of creativity and artistic expression.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Few Nova Scotians have heard of Red Cross nurse Sarah Corning, a native of Chicago in Yarmouth County, but Armenian and Greek communities worldwide have known about her humanitarianism for nearly a century. In 1917, she was a first responder nurse during the Halifax explosion, assisting the injured and dying at the YMCA makeshift hospital and at Camp Hill Hospital. In post-World War I period, during the Armenian and Greek genocides of the early 20th century, she volunteered with the Near East Relief Organization, working tirelessly between 1919 and 1930 in present-day Armenia and Turkey, where she risked her life many times to rescue and care for thousands of orphan children who would have otherwise potentially been killed or abducted. She helped to set up orphanages and managed one for 1,300 children at Oropos, Greece. In 1923, in recognition of her humanitarian service, she was awarded Greece's Civilian Medal of Honor by King George II at the Zappeion Palace in Athens, equivalent to a knighthood or the Order of Canada. In 2011, the Armenian community of Toronto established a Sarah Corning Centre for Genocide Education in her honour. At a ceremony to be held on November 26th, the Armenian National Committee of Toronto will posthumously honour Sarah Corning with their Outstanding Canadian Award for 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to recognize constituent Mike Smith for organizing our Seniors Police Academy each spring. For the month of May and 2 weeks into June, the Senior Police Academy meets every Tuesday from 10:30 to 2:30 at our local Lions Club. Mike Smith organizes 2 guest speakers each session, and he's done so for the past 6 years with a complimentary lunch between each session. These free sessions are held and they host about 40 attendants, and this year's was highly successful. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the Eastern Passage Minor Baseball Association and our President Jason Lombard and Vice President Dominique Lombard. They started their first year with approximately 90 kids registered, and 3 years later there were over 200 children registered. The association consists of 4 levels ranging in ages from 4 to 18. Jason and Dominique spend countless hours, 12 months of the year, fundraising, purchasing gear, attending meetings, running a winter ball clinic, coordinating tournaments, and hosting our opening day ceremonies. And we want to acknowledge all of these members in our community for their volunteer work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give honour today to Elder Daniel Paul and wish him a great celebration on the publication of his very first novel. He's known as a powerful and passionate advocate for social justice and the eradication of racial discrimination, and an outspoken champion for First Nations people and all other disadvantaged members of society, mainly known through his earlier book, We Were Not the Savages. But his new book, which just had its book launch last week, is called Chief Lightning Bolt. It's fantastic. I've just started reading it, and it takes place in Mi'kmaq territory before the European contact and before the destruction brought about colonization. It's the story of the life of a great man, Lightning Bolt, who becomes a leader to his people and embodies the Mi'kmaq values of humility, courage, honor, service, and sacrifice of personal gain for the sake of others. Mr. Speaker, a book that is well worth buying and reading. Thank you.
Honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gordon Hunter is retiring from his post as Fire Chief of the Hemford District Fire Department, a position he has held for 38 years. Chief Hunter has been a valuable community leader, contributing his time and energy to enhancing community public safety and well-being. Whether responding to and leading firefighting service or organizing community events through the local fire department, Chief Hunter is recognized and acknowledged as a leader in his community. I ask members of this House of Assembly to join me in thanking Chief Hunter for his years of dedicated service to his community, and to extend an equally important thank you to his immediate and extended family for the support they have extended him over the past 38 years. The very best in your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to share the sad news of the passing of a lovely, generous man. Members may remember me telling the House back in 2014 about Mike Covert's tremendous generosity to the QE2 Foundation. After life-saving surgery there, he made 420 $100 donations in honor of friends, family, and colleagues for a total of $42,000. He supported students with disabilities with the Mary Jane Covert Bursary in memory of his sister. He served on many boards, including Bridgeway Academy and Callow Wheelchair Bus. But mostly, I knew Mike as someone who was always on the side of the underdog. That's probably why he supported the Liberal Party during the lean years, and he loved that we were able to secure back-to-back victories. He was a faithful member of the Bedford Liberal Association and the Halifax West Liberal Association, and his elected members often heard from him if there was something he was concerned about. I attended Mike's 80th birthday party in May of last year. I wish the House could have seen him go around the room and remind every single person how they knew each other or where they first met. It was an impressive display. I want to share condolences with his surviving family. Mike was one of a kind, and we will miss him terribly.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we recently celebrated Small Business Week, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Emily Kane on opening her new tattoo studio, Folklore Tattoo, in Antigonish. Emily is a local artist who has returned to the area with her husband and son. With almost 10 years of tattoo experience in Halifax and Montreal, she specializes in black work, which has a lot of high contrasts and is very illustrative. Mr. Speaker, in an industry heavily dominated by men, Emily knows firsthand how hard it can be to get started. She's very grateful for the mentors who have been supportive of her art. She had an open house at her new studio at 233 Main Street on July 28th and has since then been giving her clients works of art in a safe, healthy, and comforting environment. Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my congratulations to Emily on the opening of her new studio. It's exciting to see a new business open in Antigonish, and I wish her all the best in the future.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, it's with sadness we recognize the passing of Father Charalambos Ellis on October 24th. Father Ellis was born in Cyprus August 23, 1936. He was ordained May 30th, 1979. He served many communities in Canada, including St. George's Greek Orthodox Church here in Halifax. Here in Halifax, he headed up the church, the Greek school, the Greek dancing, and as well, Mr. Speaker, he was integral in the founding of the Halifax Greek Fest. My condolences to his 4 children, his 8 grandchildren, his wife Calliope, May his memory be eternal. Thank you.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Phil Carty, a local scallop fisherman, for his success over the last year in the sport of arm wrestling. Last April, Phil Carty participated in the Atlantic Canadian Championships in both the right and left hand 198-pound category. He finished first in the right category and second in the left category. This was only a couple of months after competing at the Battle of Atlantic, a fundraiser for muscular dystrophy. At that competition, he had finished both first in the right and left categories, a repeat from the 2016 competition for Mr. Carty. Since the Atlantic Canadian Championships, Phil has competed at the Canadian and Nova Scotia Championships. At the provincials, he finished second and third respectively. At the Canadian Championships, he finished fourth. These are a series of great results for our local arm wrestlers. Congratulations, Phil, and good luck in the 2018 season. Thank you.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Big G's Pizza on receiving the Nova Scotia Business of the Year Award presented by the Community Business Development Corporations. Syrian-born Gandhi Morhez decided to move to Canada in 2000 in search of peace, freedom and respect. A year later, he found all three when he moved to Guysborough and purchased Big G's Pizza. Gandhi worked as a mechanical engineer in Syria for 11 years before deciding to immigrate, so making pizza was not his first choice, but it has served him well. Gandhi and his wife Dima have worked hard to build up their family business. They have two children, Noor and Sarah, both born in Guysborough. The hard work of this family has paid off over the years. Their signature dish is chicken souvlaki dinner and was awarded the 7 Wonders of Guysborough plaque in 2012. I highly recommend that you give it a try if you're in the area. Mr. Speaker, through all their struggles, the family has overcome so much and could not be more deserving of such recognition. The Morez are just another shining example of the contributions immigrants make to our communities.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, while sorting through boxes of family keepsakes, I stumbled upon an old newspaper clipping, a copy of the Halifax Mail Star from February 28, 1986. Nestled between articles about Sunday shopping and throne speech highlights was a picture of a young woman with big hair and a snappy blazer. She was sorting papers under a row of microphones. That woman was me, hard at work as a page in the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, preparing for the first day of the session. Looking back, I remember that young woman's dreams of one day also stepping up in public life and taking her seat. It seemed like a lofty dream then, but for today's generation of women, it seems entirely doable. I'm happy to say I've given that clipping to the Legislative Library to be held in the Province House Library archives. As Women's History Month concludes, let's celebrate our shift towards greater equality for women in the political sphere. Let's also thank our professional and hard-working pages. I'm sure we can expect big things from them. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Small Business Week, I rise today to welcome a new business in Cole Harbour. The new salon, Studio 1081, is owned and operated by Nicole Steiger. Nicole has worked in the beauty industry for 9 years and recently decided that it was time to try entrepreneurship. Dedication to her trade and her strong motivation to be self-employed has led Nicole on this exciting journey. I ask the members of this House of Assembly to join me in congratulating her and wishing her and her team much success on this exciting venture and commend her on her small business ability to bring employment opportunities to her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Trevor Chow of Hammonds Plains, who won his third men's mid-amateur golf title in July of this year. Trevor is a Bedeck native now living in Hammonds Plains, is a member of the Ashburn Golf Club in Halifax. The mid-amateur tournament was held at the Links at Penn Hills in Shubenacadie, where Chow posted a score of 11 under, breaking the previous record by 6 strokes. Trevor previously won the tournament in 2009 and 2013. Trevor's hard work and dedication to the sport resulted in his consistent play over the 3 days of the tournament and his overall win. Trevor Chow will be joined by Paul Coulson of Truro and Aaron Nickerson of River Hills on the provincial team going to nationals in Regina, Saskatchewan, which happened in August. I would ask all members of the House to please join me in congratulating Trevor Chow on winning his 3rd men's amateur golf title and for representing Nova Scotia at nationals.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North on an introduction. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to draw the House's attention to the West Gallery. Earlier today, I made a membership statement about the Bus Stop Theatre, and I mentioned the Executive Director, Sebastian LaBelle. He's with us today. Sebastian is also the Artistic Director of the Mayworks Festival, which is another incredible artistic venture in the city where he programs works of art of all disciplines that are based around issues of marginalized communities, but also of labor issues. Also, he's the father of my children and my very loving partner.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought on the last day of the legislature here today just to remember that we have an important anniversary coming up on December 6th, 6 weeks from now. In 1917, on that date, of course, the Halifax explosion occurred in which the Mont Blanc collided with the Eno, and over 2,000 lives were lost and 9,000 injured. I had my grandparents lived through that explosion. Keith Butler and Mary Butler, who have long since passed, but they survived that explosion along with my granduncle, Frederick Butler, former principal of Queen Elizabeth High School. And I ask all members of this House to, on that date, reflect on our families and our history, and on that sad day, but we forged ahead, became a strong city, thanks to our resilience and many friends from around the Maritimes and Boston. And I ask all members to recognize that day with some sadness, but with some pride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for those very thoughtful member statements today. We'll now get ready to move on to oral questions put by members to ministers.
Let's leave with Larry. Leave with Larry.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business recently wrote to the Premier to share the results of their most recent member survey. It says that 75% of Nova Scotian small businesses want the government to assess and report on the potential costs of its cap-and-trade system before it is implemented. One would hope, Mr. Speaker, that that work has already been done. Can the Premier tell this House, did his government calculate the impact of their cap-and-trade plan on small businesses and jobs, and if so, will he release those results?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for the question. I want to thank CFIB for the tremendous work they do advocating on behalf of small businesses across the province and the work that they've done with our government over the last 4 years, and I look forward to continuing to work with them to ensure that we deal with the issues that their members are facing with. The question that the Honourable Member brought forward around the cap-and-trade system, as he would know, we were very fortunate here in Nova Scotia to negotiate with the national government to create a in-province cap-and-trade system that recognizes the hard work by Nova Scotians over the last decade, which will allow us to use those credits that are there, Mr. Speaker, to be able to smooth out the issue across. Not only will it protect small businesses, Mr. Speaker, but it will protect the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually Nova Scotians don't know if they're fortunate or not because the government has not told them whether they have done a study on jobs and costs to small business, Mr. Speaker. That's why 75% of our small businesses want more information. They don't even know if the environment will actually get better, Mr. Speaker, or if emissions will go down because their government won't tell them. I truly hope the government has done this work, Mr. Speaker, because Nova Scotians and small business owners, they want to do their bit for the environment, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Premier, has his government calculated the anticipated reduction in atmospheric emissions, and if so, will he share those results with all Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, we're continue to move forward. As the Honourable Member would know, that we're on pace now, that we will be 50% below 2005 levels by 2030. We're at the target now that was set by the national government, but we're not satisfied with that. We're going to continue to move forward with public policy that will ensure not only that we green our electricity system in this province, but that we help Nova Scotians when it comes to ensuring their own carbon footprint is reduced through housing grants and other programs they have in place. And we're looking forward to continuing to lead this country in a positive way as we've been doing for the last decade.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, we were on pace to meet our targets well before the government brought forward its cap and trade plan. What Nova Scotians don't know, because the government will not tell them, is whether we're going to get better at emissions or not, or whether it's going to cost more or not. Those are pretty basic questions, Mr. Speaker. No wonder that noted Chronicle Herald columnist Jim Vibert recently wrote, and I quote from him, "The cap and trade bill cannot be fully considered by the House. Critical elements are missing." Critical elements like, will it help the environment? Will it cost us jobs, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Vibert went on to say, it may be a way to govern, it is not the right way. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier provide the information Nova Scotians are looking for, the cost in jobs and to small business and the environmental benefits to Nova Scotians before he enacts the cap and trade program that is passing this House today?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Again, I want to tell the Honourable Member again that we were fortunate to be able to negotiate with the national government to create a cap and trade system inside of our province. Mr. Speaker, it recognizes the hard work that has already been achieved. We'll continue to reduce our carbon footprint in this province, at the same time using those credits to smooth it out to ensure that the sticker shock will not impact the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians. I want to thank those small business owners across the province. It's why, Mr. Speaker, there's a $14 million tax cut in this particular budget, Mr. Speaker, that was voted on a few days ago. It's why we're leading the country in red tape reduction. The CFIB has recognized that, and it's why CFIB recognizes this province as such a positive place for small businesses to operate in.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Media reports today of the physical and emotional abuse of residents at long-term care facilities, of course, are very disturbing. And every bit as disturbing is the allegation also made today by Gary McLeod, Chair of Advocates for the Care of the Elderly, that understaffing is the thing that has led to a great deal of this neglect. There's been a lot of testimony from both nursing home employees and nursing home administrators about how the budget cuts to nursing homes of the last 2 years have had negative effects on staffing. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier admit that his cuts to nursing homes over the last 2 years have had negative impacts on the lives of those who live there?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share, Mr. Speaker, the concern of the Leader of the Democratic Party when he talks about the reported situations that are happening in nursing homes. All of us, when our loved ones come into our care of the province and in the institutions in our province, want to ensure the safety of them. He knows those as they reported, the 24-hour call that have to get back to those families to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that they're investigated, continue to move forward with him. The Honourable Members raised this issue a number of times about the cuts that were around long-term care. He would know some of that money had been replaced back inside of the most recent budget that around food allotment and support and recreational services in those long-term care facilities, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to continue to work with the hard-working healthcare providers in our communities to ensure that our loved ones get the appropriate safe care, Mr. Speaker, that they deserve.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on his first supplementary.
Thank you. Well, I would like to respond about the money that was put back in the current budget. We know that over the past 2 years, $8 million has been removed from the funds that support nursing home budgets, and that in this year's budget, $3.2 million of that has been put back. In my view, an opportunity has been missed here. The reset provided by the government's election was a perfect moment to have restored all 100% of the money that had been taken away over the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Premier if he will restore in his next budget all the nursing home funding that's been taken away since he came to office.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Once as this budget goes, this session ends, Mr. Speaker, whenever that happens, departments are now in the process of preparing to build a budget that will be introduced in the spring, Mr. Speaker. The question that the Honourable Member asked, I'm sure will be brought in by the department, and like all issues that are brought in from departments, they'll be given consideration.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on his final supplementary.
Thank you. I began this session asking the Premier if there's a health care crisis. The Premier denied it, as he has multiple times since then. But over the course of the session, we have drawn attention to so many situations. Teresa and Walter Zukaukas and their inability to find a doctor relative to his Parkinson's. Frida Young, transported with cardiac symptoms from one hospital to another in a taxi. Jack Webb, and now today to abuse in nursing homes and allegations of its roots in understaffing. Mr. Speaker, I am not drawn in the direction of rhetoric or of repetition, but I do think it is fitting to ask the Premier, plainly, once again, will he acknowledge that there is a health care crisis in Nova Scotia, that he has failed to recognize it, and he is failing to address it?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank those hard-working health care providers across the province who are providing care, whether it's access to primary care or whether it's working in nursing homes across the province, providing support to our families. We will continue to work with them. As I've said many times in this House, we know there are pockets in the province where either it's access to primary health care or supports are required. We're working with our teams to make sure that they have access to that, and we'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with all of the organizations across this province that we can build access to primary health care and, Mr. Speaker, ensure that we continue to provide the top quality long-term care that this province is known for.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, of 101 media releases issued by the Nova Scotia Health Authority during the first half of this year, 60 were to announce emergency room closures, 10 were to announce blood clinic closures, and the remaining 31 offered helpful information on hand hygiene, summer sun safety, and more, Mr. Speaker. But what people really want to know is, how is it going with doctor recruitment? Are our surgery wait lists getting longer or shorter? What about the wait times for adolescent mental health services, Mr. Speaker? But those important discussions happen behind closed doors at the Health Authority board meetings. Mr. Speaker, it's time to put accountability and transparency back into our Health Authority. Will the Premier act today to ensure that minutes of Health Authority board meetings, where these important discussions happen, are made public?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I will take the question the Honourable Member provided and give it consideration.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is not the first time I've asked that question. When I asked it 2 weeks ago, the Premier said, and I quote, "I will think about the possibility of that happening." Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a $1.6 billion taxpayer-funded organization. Nova Scotians deserve to know what decisions are being made and why about important things like doctor recruitment and surgery wait times and adolescent mental health. Well, the Premier is continuing to think about whether he will allow for transparency and openness at our $1.6 billion health authority. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask him, when will Nova Scotians get to see what is going on at the most senior levels of the health authority under his government?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Again, as I said to him a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, we'll give consideration to that request on behalf of the member and other Nova Scotians who have requested that. Mr. Speaker, we'll take the appropriate amount of time and make sure that the decision we make is based on fact, based on the fact that it is in the best interest of Nova Scotians, the best interest of the healthcare system. And Mr. Speaker, when that decision is made, we will communicate it to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Jeanette Moore lives in my constituency of Dartmouth North. She has a tumour in her chest and has been told she needs an MRI. Originally, her doctor said she may have to wait for 2 weeks, and it's now been a month and 4 days, and she still does not have an appointment. Sadly, the wait time for an MRI in Halifax is over a year. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain why Ms. Moore, who is in urgent need of this health procedure, is still waiting?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Unfortunately, I think as the member would know, I'm not able to speak directly to individual patients within the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, respecting the privacy. But generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, what I can advise the members, that's one of the advantages of having a provincial health authority, Mr. Speaker, that in fact, where MRI services and services provided by facilities across the province, where there is a longer wait time in one area, the opportunity exists, Mr. Speaker, for those patients, those Nova Scotians, to go to another location, which may have a shorter wait time, Mr. Speaker, to get the health care they need when they need it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for that advice, and I will pass that on. But once Ms. Moore is able to get in for an MRI, her results will be sent to her doctor. Unfortunately, her Dartmouth doctor is retiring on Tuesday. She has her health records, but nowhere to take them. Thousands of people on this doctor's patient list will find themselves in the same situation next week. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to acknowledge this crisis and act. Mr. Speaker, will the minister give residents of Dartmouth a clear timeline for when they will have access to primary health care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. Of course, it's been a frequent discussion throughout this fall session of the legislature, Mr. Speaker, where the concerns of Nova Scotians and their access to primary care services has come up, Mr. Speaker. We continue to advise Nova Scotians of our commitment. This budget that we passed and that the opposition parties vote against, Mr. Speaker, sees investments, Mr. Speaker, to provide additional residency positions.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Clerkships and other initiatives, Mr. Speaker, to make it more attractive to recruit physicians to Nova Scotia. But, Mr. Speaker, the member used a specific example of a retirement taking place in the metro area. Pleased to let the member know that at the same time on Monday of this week, there's a new physician starting in the metro area as well, and she'll be taking new names, Mr. Speaker, as patients on her roster as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last night, members on all sides of this House came together to enact new provisions to protect victims from intimate images, distribution, and cyberbullying. Mr. Speaker, now, shortly, the victims of these crimes will have legal protections. And I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, a special thanks to the Minister of Justice, the member for Pictou West, the member for Dartmouth South, and the Premier himself for willing to come together to make this new law a reality. Mr. Speaker, the sooner that these new legal protections are on the books, the better. So I'm just going to ask the Premier, will he tell the House that that law will be proclaimed into law as soon as possible?
The Honourable Premier.
Yes.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the more enjoyable parts of question period when we're all moving in the same direction. Mr. Speaker, the underlying regulations, of course, are going to be an important part of creating legal protections for the victims of cyberbullying and for the distribution of intimate images. This is something that we can all leave this place whenever this session ends and take some pride in. Can the Premier update the House on the status of the preparation of those regulations, and will he set a target date for their publishing and for the proclamation of the bill into law, as we're all hoping will be very soon?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask the Minister of Justice to respond.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleague that this particular bill and the necessary regulations are a priority for government. We have already started that work, Mr. Speaker, around the regulatory elements and components. And without being specific to a date, I want to assure the Leader of the Official Opposition and all colleagues in this House and all Nova Scotians, because of the importance of this bill, Mr. Speaker, this is a priority. We will move those regulations as quickly as we possibly can.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Nova Scotians know that our healthcare system is broken, but a recent episode at the Roseway On Thanksgiving weekend, Councillor Young from Shelburne took his 3-year-old child who was experiencing a seizure to the Roseway ER. The emergency room was shutting down because of the lack of a doctor, and I'll table that document. Hospital staff was unable to treat this 3-year-old and called 911. My question to the minister is, when will the minister admit that when hospital staff resort to calling 911, the Roseway ER is in crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, I appreciate the member raising her questions on behalf of our constituents and our community, Mr. Speaker. Again, as we've had discussions about specifically the Roseway facility, as I'd mentioned to the member previously, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit that site, to talk to staff on site, to hear firsthand about both the moving forward of some very good initiatives there in that community, Mr. Speaker, including the clinic, Mr. Speaker. But in addition, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that was made aware to me was that for the first time in decades, Mr. Speaker, they have more primary care providers in that community than they've had in many years. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the minister is getting tired of me asking the same question over and over, but quite frankly, I am tired of getting the same empty response for people in Shelburne County. I am worried for the people in Shelburne County. I'm worried for children like Nolan's son. It's been almost 4 months now since Nova Scotia got a new Minister of Health, and they expect action. For too long, people have been told help is on the way. The people of Shelburne County have now arranged a public meeting on November the 5th, a chance for them to voice their own concerns. Will the minister commit to attending this meeting and meeting with residents in Shelburne County to make sure that they know those doors are going to be open and they can access emergency care when they need it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'd mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the community, there has been action, Mr. Speaker. There's been action since this government first took office back in 2013, Mr. Speaker. As I'd said previously, Mr. Speaker, the recruitment has been actually very successful, Mr. Speaker, to provide physicians to that community, primary care providers, Mr. Speaker. Been advised by staff of that area that, in fact, they have more physician coverage now, Mr. Speaker, than they've had in many years, Mr. Speaker. So, again, the action is taking place, Mr. Speaker. It's taking place on the ground to provide health care services to that community, just like we're taking action, Mr. Speaker, throughout the province.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, just
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Just like we're taking action right across this province, Mr. Speaker, to improve primary care services, mental health services, and continuing care services for all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Justice. On September 26, in this chamber, a number of questions from members, including myself, asked the Minister about the murderer of Daniel Pelrine, and if the murderer should return to the youth facility in Watervale, given the offender's public disclosure of his plans to kill a youth caseworker. I'm certain the minister is aware of this offender and has yet again sadly assaulted another inmate just 2 days ago. Does the minister believe this time the offender should serve his time in an adult jail?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. As my colleague would know, yes, I'm familiar with the circumstances that just recently occurred. The police have been involved. I can't speak specifically to the individual, but I want to assure my colleague, the courts make those decisions, Mr. Speaker. We know of recent cases, including these circumstances, where the court made a decision. We respect the decision of the court, Mr. Speaker. We're obligated to do so. We believe that the systems put in place by the staff at the Waterville facility provide the highest level of safety and security for the residents and the employees who work there, and we'll continue with that as our priority.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an offender who the employees are terrified of. I may remind the chamber that out of ruckus in 2016 had many broken bones, concussions. One man had his hip bones to help keep his teeth in place. So I want to know, because of Crown Attorney Jim Fife asked Judge Rhonda Van der Hoek to reprimand the offender to the provincial jail in Burnside until his next court appearance, arguing that he was charged as an adult and should therefore be in an adult jail. Would the minister not agree that this would be correct?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well aware of the court process and the systems. This is a matter before the court. The courts will make a decision based on the evidence presented. The prosecutor has taken a position. I'm sure that he or she will have supporting rationale as to why they've taken that position, and the judge will make a determination based on facts, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality of where we find ourselves.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education. Yesterday, I asked the Minister about shortages of teachers across the province. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's also a shortage of guidance counsellors. Given the poor relationship between this government and people working in the education system, few are willing to speak publicly about their concerns, but some have taken to social media, like this recent Facebook post of a picture, and I'll table it, of a sign on the door of one guidance counsellor asking students to be patient as they try to care for 655 young people. Although we know the government hired some additional staff to address the crisis in Cape Breton, we need to do better than reacting to tragedy. Mr. Speaker, is the minister satisfied that Citadel High, Millwood High, JL Ilsley High and other schools opened in September with fewer guidance counsellors than they had the previous school year?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A very important question. In terms of allocation of resources, making sure that they're going where they need to support those children who are in the most need in our system. We have increased the amount of student psychologists, mental health supports in the system, Mr. Speaker. I think that's important to note. That has improved every single year since we've been in. The Commission on Inclusive Education currently is looking at this particular question as well, and if we should adjust the funding model and the allocation of these resources in the system. So we do anxiously await their findings, and in the meantime we'll work with our boards on any specific cases of concern that do arise. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, despite assurances to the contrary, there continues, based on the information that we have received anecdotally, to be a shortage of other specialists in the classroom. These professionals work with our most vulnerable students, and without them we run the risk of children falling through the cracks. Mr. Speaker, speech-language pathologists are being asked to take on additional schools. Some cover more than 6 schools, an individual staff person. We know that we need more educational program assistants in the classroom to support learners with diverse needs. This need for additional supports in our classrooms has been raised loud and clear by teachers and parents, many of whom were outside this legislature in February, and it seems the situation is only getting worse. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education loves to talk about the Commission on Inclusion, so I will ask the Minister, can he end the uncertainty for parents and teachers and commit today to fund the implementation of the recommendations of that Commission?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note that special supports needs have been protected by this government. Unlike previous governments who have reduced those supports because of declining enrollment, we have not. We've provided additional funding to boards to hold and enhance those services. We have hired more speech pathologists in the system. We have hired more mental health clinicians, Mr. Speaker. By the end of our term, every single school in this province will have access to mental health clinicians through the Schools Plus program, Mr. Speaker. And beyond that, you know, I wish we took more time in this legislature to recognize all the great stories of success where these people are having life-changing impacts on our students. There are challenges in the system, Mr. Speaker. They are systemic, and that's why we are moving forward to transform the system so it better serves every single student in it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Colchester, Musqueam Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. Going back to the story that was in the paper today concerning long-term care, a CBC report says that the last 2 years there have been 46 confirmed cases of emotional, physical, sexual abuse in our province's nursing homes. A longtime advocate for elder care says nursing homes are understaffed, which contributes to this terrible situation. So will the Minister restore funding to nursing homes to decrease the amount of abuse on the residents?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this very important question. Mr. Speaker, what I think is very important for all members of this legislature to know, and it may be important information to share with their constituents as well, and perhaps even family members. Mr. Speaker, we're one of 3 provinces across this country that actually has a legislation, a Protection for Persons in Care Act, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have the appropriate process in place to respond if there are issues wherein people do not follow the rules governing the care of persons in our residence. Mr. Speaker, we know that any time that a situation comes when the people who are working or the environment does not provide the care and the services that we expect that are defined by the licenses, Mr. Speaker, that action needs to be taken. That's why we performed the investigation. We have this act in place.
The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have, in my lifetime, visited numerous new nursing homes in both professions. And I've seen staff that have gone way above the call of duty. But sadly, we just don't have enough of those individuals. The information in the CBC story shows that facilities do not always report allegations of abuse. I have met so many seniors who have said, I am afraid to say anything because their lifeline are those individuals that look after them day in and day out, and they are afraid to say anything. Seniors advocate Gary McLeod told CBC the Protection for Persons in Care team is understaffed. Will the minister increase resources to the Protection for Persons in Care team to make nursing homes safer?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and picking up, I'd like to let the member know and just take the opportunity that if the member or anyone knows, Mr. Speaker, of an allegation of abuse or mistreatment within our facilities, Mr. Speaker, that they can call 1-800-225-7225, Mr. Speaker, to report to the staff who will look into the situation, Mr. Speaker, with respect to whether or not we have enough staff to fulfill the Protection for Persons in Care Act. Mr. Speaker, all allegations that are reported to the department through this act, which again that phone number provides that, we look into those situations, Mr. Speaker, within 24 hours, Mr. Speaker, to get the information that's needed, take the necessary steps moving forward. That may include a more detailed investigation, actions taken against the facility or individuals, reports back to professional bodies, Mr. Speaker, and in the worst of worst situations, Mr. Speaker, reports to criminal charges through the RCMP or the police force. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Minister of Health. The College of Physicians and Surgeons have changed their requirements for licensing foreign doctors here in Nova Scotia. Those that have come here since 2015 now must have PATH certification, which will require them to pass the Canadian exams for their specialty. Without passing these exams, they will not be able to continue to practice medicine here in Nova Scotia. These physicians are an important part of our healthcare system. Most of these physicians, Mr. Speaker, work full-time hours and do not have close access to an academic setting to support studying for these exams. The question I have to the Minister of Health is, would the Department of Health work with Dalhousie Med School program and the College of Physicians and Surgeons to create an academic study solutions so that we can help support these physicians to pass these exams so they can stay and practice medicine here?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, I thank the member for raising this question on the floor of the House. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as the member referenced in the preamble, the concern around changes to how the college, that professional body that governs and licenses physicians, Mr. Speaker, has enhanced the requirements, which has affected some physicians in the province of Nova Scotia. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we've committed to working with the college. Indeed, this question came up at a meeting with Doctors Nova Scotia, which the Registrar for Doctors Nova Scotia was at as well. So indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think this is an issue that's been brought forward, that's on the radars of many, and we're committed to working together to try to both manage the safety of the environment, but also the needs of our physicians.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for your answer. I know recently this week we unfortunately had a physician in Cumberland who reached out to Dalhousie Med School to look for supports to help them prepare for the exam, and they were denied. And I realize that the College of Physicians and Surgeons is separate from the Department of Health, but I thought if the Department of Health could work with Dalhousie Med School to offer solutions with especially the rural physicians that live 2 hours away from Dalhousie, that it may indeed help these physicians to pass the exam. So I'm wondering if the Minister would make that commitment to try and encourage Dal to work with these physicians.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you know, it pleases me to stand here, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the member opposite. Far too often in this legislature, when people on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, members of the opposition, the official opposition, raise to make a position, Mr. Speaker, they come to criticize, but not with recommendations and solutions or recommendations to move forward, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the suggestion that the members brought forward here, and of course, Mr. Speakers have already indicated we are working, and that's a suggestion that's brought forward. I'll certainly be bringing it as part of the work that we're doing, Mr. Speaker, to consideration.
Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. Previously, we asked this government yet again why they failed to give CBU the same treatment as they gave Acadia. When I asked the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education about this, he told us he gave them more than their ask, and he repeated this claim in the media. And I could table this, Mr. Speaker. We showed yesterday how wrong the Minister was by tabling a FOIPOP showing the direct ask for government by CBU was $4.1 million. And Mr. Speaker, I know the Minister's an accountant, and I'm not, but I did confirm with the member for Cumberland South, who's a chartered accountant, that $4.1 million is more than $1 million. So my question is the Minister, why did the Minister tell the members of this House and the public that CBU was given more funding than it asked for when it clearly was not?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to get up and clarify the question that came today and question that came yesterday. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. The $4.1 million that was asked by CBU was a one-time ask. What we did is we gave them $1 million a year embedded in their funding, which is continuous on a go-forward basis. CBU identified $4.1 million as a shortfall over the next 5 years that they required. They asked the department for a one-time ask of $4.1 million. What we did is we looked at it and we said, we're going to bump up the funding $1 million a year, which over the next 5 years will be $5 million, but over the next 10, 20 years could be 10, 20 million years. So, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, it is embedded in our funding and it's continuous. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Acadia was also not asked to pay back a $7 million SOFI loan that everyone else was required to do. The Premier said it was because of a promise made by the previous government. But the CBC showed that Acadia was requesting extension consistently between 2011 and 2017, and they were denied. Alternatively, the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education said it was because of a report by Deloitte and Touche. Now, neither of these stories points to the previous government, Mr. Speaker. This government is fully responsible. So my question is, who has the right answer? Is it the Premier or the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that myself and the Premier were always both right. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. Acadia went to the previous government. They asked for funding to help them with their operations. What the previous government did is they gave them a SOFI loan, which was intended for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, there was no infrastructure tied to that loan. The loan was forgiven. That was the original term that was given to Acadia. Take this money, you can cover your operations, but infrastructure money was given to them, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, to clarify my comments to CBC, what I said was, as we looked at making Acadia whole in terms of their funding, why would we sit there and give them money on one hand and take money on the other hand? It made no sense, Mr. Speaker. We leveled the playing field, $3.5 million added to their budget. The SOFI loan was eliminated as was promised by the previous government.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Community Services. I recently asked the Minister about the clawback of child support from recipients of income assistance, and I was encouraged by her response. On October 18th, the government announced improvements to the process for the enforcement and collection of child support. Mr. Speaker, will the minister please provide a timeline for ending the clawback of child support payments from single parents receiving income assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As she is aware, because we've discussed it quite a bit during budget estimates, we're in the process of transformation of the department, and as soon as we're able to give you more information on any of the initiatives that we determine we're going to undertake, we will be happy to share them with the House.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, ending the clawback of child support will put an average of $2,000 annually per child back in the pockets of single parents receiving income assistance. We appreciate the steps taken to collect the millions owed to children. We continue to be concerned that these efforts will have no benefit for children whose parents receive income assistance. Mr. Speaker, will the minister agree to end the clawback of child support and make this change retroactive?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
As I've indicated to the honourable member previously, we are in the process of transformation of our employment supports and income assistance system. We'll be happy to share with her any details when they are in fact ready.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Speaker, a question for the Minister of Health. Our definition of what palliative care means has changed. Healthcare providers have been educated more on this approach and is being chosen more frequently as a method of care. Would the minister be in favour of the federal government making hospice palliative care a medical service covered under the Canada Health Act?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for raising this question. The member may or may not be aware, Mr. Speaker, indeed, not just, I think, from a professional perspective, indeed, I think as a society, we're becoming more aware, Mr. Speaker, of end-of-life care and the approaches to ensure that Nova Scotians, that individuals that reach that stage of their life have appropriate care and services. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why in our previous mandate, my predecessor, the current Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage, worked with the department, Mr. Speaker, and other stakeholders to establish a framework that goes towards establishing hospice facilities, providing this type of care, Mr. Speaker. So again, this is an area that we have taken an active work on. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
No answer there, Mr. Speaker, on whether the minister would be in favour of that. But, you know, I can understand the minister's reservation. The province would then be forced to ensure that full palliative care is provided. It would affect our province more than other provinces because of our aging population. And we know the deal that this government signed when it broke rank from the other provinces seemed to be more in favour of the federal government's interests than our own and our people here in Nova Scotia. So, Mr. Speaker, I think of one example, oxygen at home for people suffering from breathlessness. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, I asked the former Minister of Health this question, and he indicated, I'll table that, he indicated a provincial palliative care program will be addressed. Mr. Speaker, why do palliative care societies continue to have to fundraise for this medical service? Because while it is free for people in hospital, it is not free for everyone at home.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member mentioned in his in the preamble of the first question, Mr. Speaker, there have been a lot of advances and changes, both in terms of a recognition of the nature and the opportunities and the approaches to end-of-life care, Mr. Speaker. That includes a wide variety. As the member mentioned, there are facilities and there are certain care that's provided in a hospital setting. There are individuals who receive this type of care in a home setting now, Mr. Speaker, and they can receive this care, the support of clinicians, a wide range of clinicians, including paramedics, Mr. Speaker. Their scope of practice has expanded. So again, it is an emerging and evolving area of healthcare. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health.
As we're all aware, the number of new Canadians diagnosed with Alzheimer's each year is growing, and last year over 25,000 loved ones learned that they were going to be personally facing this challenge. As we've heard in this House, it is the family and the caregivers who take on the selfless task of looking after those who are dealing with this chronic health condition. With the government's increased focus on people aging in place, we all know that this increased attention and programming needs to be funded to allow for the training and support for non-health professionals taking on the task of being unpaid caregivers. The Alzheimer's Society's grant of $400,000 over 3 years comes to an end in March of 2018. My question to the minister is, will he commit today to extending that grant for the next 3 years, or even better, commit to a permanent funding for this organization to allow them to be the leaders in further developing and implementing Nova Scotia's dementia strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member bringing this question about the Alzheimer's, indeed dementia, to the floor of the legislature. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this is an area that goes far too often unacknowledged in our society. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege in my role as Minister of Health earlier this week to attend a conference, I believe it's the 28th annual conference of the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia earlier this week, where indeed they've praised the work and the collaboration that's been taking place between the Society and those advocates and care providers and the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. So I see, again, we've done great work with their support. We continue to support them, Mr. Speaker, and look forward to the following question.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I can interpret that as a yes, but I'm going to put that out to the universe. Mr. Speaker, there is no one sitting here today who does not know somebody with arthritis. In fact, given all of our ages, we might be hard-pressed to find somebody sitting here who doesn't already experience the pain and functional challenges that come from the hundreds of varieties of rheumatoid and osteoarthritis, as well as other arthritic conditions. Given the impact on one's quality of life and one's ability to work with these health challenges, one would assume that there is funding for the only nonprofit organization in the province solely devoted to helping those with arthritis. However, this is not the case. The Nova Scotia Arthritis Society does not have any funding. Will the minister commit today to providing similar funding to the Arthritis Society as he does to the Alzheimer's Society?
Thank you, Mr. Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this question to the floor of the House. Obviously, an area the member's passionate about. I believe she's spoken about these conditions during budget estimates as well. As the member would know, major budget commitments are outlined in our budget document, Mr. Speaker, a budget that's been tabled, debated extensively, and indeed the estimates passed earlier in this session. Mr. Speaker, where the member of the organizations, even if they haven't received direct dedicated funding identified in the budget to support, to recognize that there are many program opportunities, granting opportunities through the Nova Scotia Health Authority and or the Department of Health and Wellness, that organizations are able to receive funding that may not be explicitly outlined or identified through the budget process. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education. The school capital construction project list for Chignecto Central School Board continues to show a new elementary school for Spring Hill as their #1 priority, second overall, Mr. Speaker, to an addition in another part of the province. All that's required now is for the Minister of Education to approve the funding so the students of Spring Hill can get the new elementary school that they deserve. So I'd like to ask the Minister, will he tell the House now, will Spring Hill Elementary be approved for funding by his department this year so those kids can get the education that they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of capital pressures on our system. We have over 50 priorities that have been submitted to the department. We are in the process of reviewing those on a priority basis. Our focus will always be on investing in the capital projects where the highest need is, Mr. Speaker. That process is ongoing now, and we do hope to have our full capital plan released before the new year. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to point out that a new elementary school for Spring Hill has been at the top of the priority list for Chignecto Central for 5 years now, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to share with the Minister the reasons why. I have the project description done by the engineers of the school board with me, and it says, and I quote directly, "The primary reasons for closing the existing schools is the inability to provide a complete public school program at West End Memorial Elementary, and there is no ground space for an expansion of Junction Road Elementary." Mr. Speaker, would the minister agree that when the schools are no longer able to provide a complete public school program because of their decrepit state, that it's time to approve a new elementary school for Spring Hill?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, with the spirit of those comments, I do agree. We want our children to have access to the best, most modern facilities possible, Mr. Speaker. We are working our way through that process to ensure that those areas of the highest need that need these funds receive them in a timely manner. There's a lot of pressure on the system financially. These are incredibly expensive projects, Mr. Speaker, and I do look forward to releasing our final list once they have undergone the complete approval process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. I recently heard from a constituent who self-funded her first degree but struggled to find meaningful work in the province after that. So she returned for a diploma program at Dalhousie University a few years later and took out student loans to pay for her fees. In her letter to me, she said the loan seemed reasonable as she was set to start a career in the then booming film industry. However, when the industry crashed after the government cancelled the film tax credit, my constituent's prospects disappeared. Now she is scrambling to make ends meet because her loans for that diploma program are not eligible for the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain why students upgrading their qualifications in order to attach to the labour market are excluded from accessing the same benefits as bachelor degree students?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to that is very simple. The forgiveness to the student loan is meant for your first degree, your bachelor's degree. It's not meant for people who are upgrading, getting master's, doctorate degrees. So what it is for individuals to get their first degree and get their career started. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent self-funded her first degree. She's committed to staying in her home province but is finding her debt unmanageable. Had she taken a degree rather than a diploma, she could have saved herself $10,000 through the loan forgiveness program. If this government is so concerned about helping young people attain the skills and qualifications they need to find good jobs here in Nova Scotia, why are those trying to fast-track their education being punished for doing so? So will the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education commit to changing the student assistance program to allow diploma students to qualify for the loan forgiveness program?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, what I will commit to is expanding the program as much as our finances do allow us to. Mr. Speaker, this is a great program. It actually amounts to more than $10,000. It amounts to over $30,000 in loan forgiveness. I'd like all Nova Scotians to understand this program. Anyone who qualifies for a Nova Scotia student loan, $6,800 a year is the maximum amount. Upon graduation, and that's up to 5 years of university undergraduate, your total loan is wiped out to zero. And Mr. Speaker, to go a step further, any individuals that might have a disability, we've made it 10 years for them to ensure that they can get an undergraduate degree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I'm doubtful that I'm going to get a response to this question, so I'm going to start with this. In 2013, as a farmer in Antigonish County, a young man came to my doorstep after I met him at an event, and he currently now sits in the House. He was asking for my vote, and he actually came to my farm and sat with me on my veranda for about an hour. And I thought, you know, I think that maybe this young man might actually make a difference. This young man, I don't see him in this House any longer. I'm very sad to say. He's become a regurgitator of talking points or an actor speaking a script, perhaps. I am going to say that. He actually put it to me that perhaps I should run for politics.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills for third reading?
We'll now call private and local bills for third reading. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 18, Congregation of Notre Dame, St. Joseph Province Dissolution Act.
We'll now call Bill number 18, the Congregation of Notre Dame, St. Joseph Province Dissolution Act. The Honourable Member for Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 18, an act respecting the dissolution of the Congregation of Notre Dame, St. Joseph Province, be now read a third time and do pass.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 18, the Congregation of Notre Dame, St. Joseph Province Dissolution Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 18, an act respecting the dissolution of the Congregation of Notre Dame, St. Joseph.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 24, Canadian Baptists of Atlantic Canada.
We'll now call Bill number 24, the Canadian Baptists of Atlantic Canada. The Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the member for Chester St. Margaret's, I move that Bill number 24, the Canadian Baptists of Atlantic Canada, be now read a third time and do pass.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 24, the Canadian Baptists of Atlantic Canada. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 24, entitled an act respecting Canadian Baptists of Atlantic Canada.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 36, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act 2017.
We'll now have Bill number 36, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act. The Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 36, an act relating to common lands in the town of Lunenburg, be now read for a third time and do pass.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 36, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act 2017. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 36, entitled an act relating to common lands in the town of Lunenburg.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 41, the Digby Water Commission Act.
Now call Bill number 41, the Digby Water Commission Act. The Honourable Member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do move that Bill number 41, the Digby Water Commission Act, be read for the third time and do pass.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 41, the Digby Water Commission Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 41, entitled an act to amend Chapter 87 of the Acts of 1948, the Digby Water Commission Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd now like to deal with an issue that requires unanimous consent of the House. It's regarding private and local bill number 13, an act to incorporate Harmony Cemetery Company in the County of Colchester. This bill was proceeding through the private and local bills process, but because of public advertising requirements, didn't make the initial meeting of the Private and Local Bills Committee this week. It did, however, meet through the committee and was considered by the committee this morning. It did pass with no amendments, nothing changed, so we now ask for unanimous consent of the House to read this bill for the third time and do pass.
Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 13, an act to incorporate Harmony Cemetery Company in the County of Colchester.
We'll now call Bill number 13, an act to incorporate Harmony Cemetery Company in the County of Colchester. The Honourable Member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 13, an act to incorporate the Harmony Cemetery Company, be approved for third reading.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 13, the Harmony Cemetery Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 13, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 207 of the Acts of 1899, an act to incorporate Harmony Cemetery Company in the County of Colchester.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the indulgence of the House for a few-minute recess while the Minister of Justice finishes with the media?
Is it agreed? It is agreed. The House will now recess for a few minutes. Order, please. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for third reading?
Now call public bills for third reading.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 16, Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act?
We'll now call Bill number 16, the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move Bill 16, the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act, be now read a third time. 3 weeks ago, our government introduced new legislation to promote the rights of adult Nova Scotians who cannot make some important decisions for themselves. The Nova Scotia Supreme Court was critical of the Incompetent Persons Act, and in 2016, it determined that certain sections of the Act were unconstitutional, and government agreed. The court said that the all-or-nothing approach to capacity did not allow a court to tailor a guardianship order so that a person subject to that order could make decisions in areas in which they are capable. In essence, the Incompetent Persons Act failed to uphold the rights most Canadians take for granted. The court gave government 1 year to replace the Act, and new legislation must be in place by December 28, 2017. We have brought forward modernized legislation that addresses the concerns raised by the courts and represents significant progress in promoting the rights of people with diminished capacity. We took the time, through consultation, to strengthen the rights of Nova Scotians impacted by this legislation. The Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act states that an adult has the right to dignity and autonomy, and that this must be respected. It confirms that adults have the legal right to make their own decisions. A court will not interfere with the right unless it is necessary to do so. Under the Act, people who make decisions for another adult must do so in the least restrictive and least intrusive way possible. The court, before granting an order, must be satisfied that the applicant has considered and, where appropriate, tried less intrusive and less restrictive options that promote and protect the adult's well-being and financial interests. The representatives must inform the adult of decisions and encourage their participation in those decisions. And, Mr. Speaker, they must always consider the adult's prior instructions, wishes, values, and beliefs when making those decisions. The representative is responsible for making decisions in the areas, and only those areas, where the person does not have capacity. We consulted with experts, with guardians, with people with intellectual disabilities, and organizations that represent them. We also heard from them at Law Amendments Committee, and we have continued the important conversations with our opposition colleagues. Feedback largely came under three general themes, Mr. Speaker: supportive decision-making, transitioning guardianship orders to representation orders under the new Act, and state-funded legal representation. Mr. Speaker, we have listened, we have heard, and we have responded. We have added a provision requiring that government review the legislation within 3 years. This review will include consideration of supported decision-making. It will include, Mr. Speaker, as well, thorough and exhaustive consultation. The results will come to the legislature. We heard concerns about the transition from guardianship to representation. Current guardians become representatives under the new Act, and their duties and obligations change to those of representatives. A guardian must return to court if the guardian recognizes that the adult has capacity in some areas of decision-making, or if the adult's needs or circumstances change. For example, the adult regains capacity. We heard concerns that this wasn't strong enough. We added a provision that reinforces that any person, including an adult under an existing guardianship order under the former Act, can ask the court to review the guardianship order to ensure it is still appropriate under the new Act. And third, Mr. Speaker, we heard from many parties that state-funded legal advice would be important for people involved in orders under this and the former legislation. We have responded by setting up an agreement with Nova Scotia Legal Aid to provide legal support to adults who are affected by this legislation. Legal Aid has also agreed to facilitate access to legal support for applicants who qualify for legal aid services. Our government continues to consider the needs of the people affected by this legislation. This is a significant shift for those whose professional work or personal lives are affected by the Act. Training for professionals and educational sessions and materials for the public will help to ensure that the change to representation under the new Act happens relatively smoothly. The Public Trustee's Office will play an increased role under this Act in providing this education and information. This work is in addition to their role to receive complaints and, when ordered by the court, to review reports from representatives. Much of the preparation, including the drafting of regulations and new forms, has begun. We believe this bill will achieve its intended objectives. The review will give us the opportunity to ensure we are on the right track. And the new Act, Mr. Speaker, will bring Nova Scotia a long way forward in this area of the law. With those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the comments of my colleagues.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his comments. We have finally arrived at third reading. From my end and perspective, sadly with much disappointment. But again, I do want to take this opportunity to thank the Premier and thank the Minister of Justice for arranging for myself and the member from Dartmouth South to engage in a meeting pertaining to this bill and as well Bill 27 with his colleagues at the Department of Justice. I think that's was very generous, and I appreciate that we had that opportunity. When at the meeting, actually, one of the lawyers that worked on this particular bill looked at my file and joked and said that it was much thicker than theirs. And we had a good chuckle about that because, you know, Mr. Speaker, I really left no stone unturned with this bill. I wrote down every comment made, as well as suggestions, ideas, positive or critical. And I met with many stakeholders and as well attended law amendments. It's been a profound, humbling experience actually for me as an MLA of only 4 years. And I've learned one really big lesson. And that is, if I ever have the honor and opportunity to be a minister, I promise myself this, that I will do my personal best to meet and listen to every single stakeholder. The Nova Scotia Law Reform Commission identified major problems with this legislation in 1995, 22 years ago. And today, I don't think the bill is much better. Mr. Speaker, I know the amendments that myself and my colleague from Dartmouth South put forward were very good, and I think not intentionally, but it worked out really well that strategically there were only a few amendments that really crossed each other. So, you know, I know that I spent much time trying to understand this bill. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, much effort has gone into this bill from many, including the employees at the Department of Justice. And I know their efforts came from a sincere place, but Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in this bill to elevate those who need to access this bill. Through this bill, we have not made it possible for people to have supported decision-making on their behalf as an alternative to their guardians. And, Mr. Speaker, I feel that the truth is something really good. The truth is, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is something really good happened here last night in this chamber. And that was with Bill 27 during Committee of the Whole House. Then came Bill 16, and although I remained hopeful, I sadly went home and for hours wondered what more could I have done. And I sat there, Mr. Speaker, and I felt that I have failed. I have failed some of the most vulnerable people in our society. I really have, and I will take ownership to that, because obviously I was not able to either articulate well enough what my 5 simple amendments could do to make this bill more powerful and strengthen the bill. Mr. Speaker, some moments take a lifetime to get over. This will be one of them, because I think I will go into the future knowing that there are people being left behind. And again, these are the people that need our help. They need assistance. And I know that this job has always allowed my passion to meet purpose, Mr. Speaker, and that is helping people. But last night, I feel that I have failed them. So now I am just really a perpetual witness to the inequality with this bill. Feeling socially connected, safe, valued, and self-reliant was what people expected with this bill. And the other day someone said, oh, you must have to have thick skin to be in this profession. And I said to them, no, you need porous skin. You need porous skin because you still need to be able to feel so that you can make the right decisions. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not wanting to assign any blame to this bill and why it's not meeting the basic rights of those that we were wanting it to meet. I am convinced it will not do the following. It will not promote, Mr. Speaker, the dignity, autonomy, independence, social inclusion, and freedom of decision-making adults. And I know last night, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that the bill is not going to meet the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which was ratified by Canada in 2010. And I know that I used the words access and accommodations over and over again. And last evening, with my 5 amendments, one of them that I was truly hoping that all consideration would have been given to was the simple one that was located on page 14, subclause 27, 4, line 1. Delete act and substitute with advise or act. So as I close in 3rd reading, I want everyone to think for a moment, to put yourself in this situation. You go out today on your way home and you get in a car accident and you become a paraplegic. Okay? So you're not able to look after your hygiene. You're not able to get up and go for a walk or go to a bar or take a drive anywhere. But you're able to communicate because luckily you still have your mind. But you have to have a guardian to make all these other decisions for you that you can't make. That guardian now, Mr. Speaker, has all authority because they can't advise, they act on your behalf for everything. So I end with this, is that maybe, perhaps, that this bill is a start and that we can move forward. And if there was one thing in one out of those 5 amendments, I would hope that perhaps the minister will reconsider and put that word advise in, because I think it changes a lot for the betterment of those that plan to use this bill. So with those words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I look forward to what our other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, it is with sadness that I rise on the last day of this session to speak for a final time to the Adult Capacity Act. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier this week to make remarks, I closed by stating that I hoped that someone was listening. And for a moment, it seemed as though someone was. The media was quick to note that the government paused and that they were considering the comments of myself and my colleagues and those at Law Amendments. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, that pause seems to have been little more than public relations. After analysis by the Department of Justice, the bill came back before this House yesterday, virtually unchanged. Undeterred, the opposition proposed dozens of amendments, some large and some small, but all meaningful, and all for the purpose of ensuring that people subject to representation orders have the support they need to exercise their most basic rights to life, liberty, and security of their persons. The government voted down every single amendment. Shame. They were not listening, not to other members of this House, not to the dozens of experts who were consulted, who cajoled, who wrote open letters, sent amendments, and have spent hours in this gallery hoping, just hoping, that their government would do the right thing. We have had one victory this week, and that is that people subject to representation orders will be able to access legal aid. And I thank the Minister and his department for that, and it's very important to mark that victory. However, Mr. Speaker, I have serious concerns about how this information will be made available. The Minister says that via the public trustee, we will have education and outreach around the subject of this act. I hope that's true, Mr. Speaker, but let's be honest, the track record is not great. When asked why the government took the unusual step of sending this bill back to the department earlier this week, the Premier told the media that they weren't given the opposition amendments in advance, that they were somehow surprised that in Committee of the Whole, where our job is to offer amendments, that we offered amendments. This is ridiculous. We have a process for feedback and consideration, and that process, Mr. Speaker, is law amendments. At law amendments, we heard from 7 presenters, all of whom spoke against the bill. Every amendment we proposed, every point that has been made was made there, was made better, was made more strongly by the people most impacted by this bill, and the government did not listen. So why the pause? I don't know. I hope it was a genuine effort to improve the bill. Unfortunately, it failed. Especially unfortunate for Autism Nova Scotia, Canadian Association for Community Living, the Canadian Association of Retired People of Nova Scotia, the Canadian Council of the Blind, Access and Awareness Nova Scotia Chapter, the Canadian Mental Health Association Nova Scotia Division, the Community Homes Action Group, the Community Living Centres, the Disability Rights Coalition, the Immigrant Services Association of Nova Scotia, L'Arche Atlantic, March of Dimes Canada, Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia Association for Community Living, Nova Scotia Residential Agencies Association, People First of Canada, People First of Nova Scotia, Reachability, the James Gregor Stewart Society, and the Nova Scotia League for Equal Opportunities, who all signed the open letter from People First Canada Nova Scotia chapter and supported the amendments that they and I proposed, every single one of which was voted down. Because there is so little difference between this act and the act we had before us earlier this week, I will reiterate the points I have already made. Chiefly, they are that in order to succeed, this bill should establish a supportive decision-making system, recognize a different way of defining capacity that takes into account both the spectrum of capacity and the definition. So it's not just that physical capacity, but should also take into account what capacity an individual might have with supports, and most importantly, be meaningful to those affected. And on those points, Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing to nothing to meaningfully establish a supportive decision-making regime. This is the single core issue around which all stakeholders, the international and national community, have come together. The amendment that was proposed by the government does nothing for this now. It tells us that in 3 years, they're going to think about it. That is little comfort. Second, the government has not put at the front of its minds the experience of people who will be subject to this act. The definition of capacity has not changed. We recognize with words that capacity exists along a spectrum, but we don't define capacity as including what an individual may be able to do with supports, and we grandfather in the representation orders from the Incompetent Persons Act, formerly the guardianship orders, that do not recognize a spectrum of capacity, Mr. Speaker, that are all or nothing. Third, Mr. Speaker, the consultation process for this bill, as well as the cybersecurity bill, was lacking, and this needs to change. In recognizing the principle of always trying to impose the least restrictions on people's liberty, this bill attempted to shift the tone and content of the legislation and its negative impacts in two important ways. First, by updating the definition of capacity. This was one of the reasons that the old bill was struck down, and as I've said, they've done some work in this regard. And second, by recognizing that capacity exists on a spectrum. Again, some work in this regard, but it's important to recognize that the bar for improvement was low. Several times now in this House, I have called the former Incompetent Persons Act atrocious. I may be being kind, but at the very least, there were some serious shortcomings. The government has not substantially changed the provisions which grandfather old orders to which I just referred. As a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People, Canada has recognized the rights to liberty enshrined in Article 12 of that document. But in fact, we recognized those rights in 1982 when the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms was enacted, Mr. Speaker. And for the benefit of members inclined to pass this bill, here in full is the content of Section 12 of the UN CRPD, to which we are all signatories. Number 1, state parties reaffirm that persons with disabilities have the right to recognition everywhere as persons before the law. Number 2, state parties shall recognize that persons with disabilities enjoy legal capacity on an equal basis with all others in all aspects of life. Number 3, state parties shall take appropriate measures to provide access by persons with disabilities to the support they may require in exercising their legal capacity. 4, state parties shall ensure that all measures that relate to the exercise of legal capacity provide for appropriate and effective safeguards to prevent abuse in accordance with international human rights law. Such safeguards shall ensure that measures relating to the exercise of legal capacity respect the rights, will, and preferences of the person, are free of conflict of interest and undue influence, are proportional and tailored to the person's circumstances, apply for the shortest time possible, and are subject to regular review by a competent, independent, impartial authority or judicial body. Regular review by a competent, independent, and impartial authority or judicial body. Not only do we not have this in the Act before us, Mr. Speaker, but we don't even have a review of the already unconstitutional orders that are being grandfathered in. The safeguards shall be proportional to the degree to which such measures affect the person's rights and interests. And 5, subject to the provisions of this article, state parties shall take all appropriate and effective measures to ensure the equal rights of persons with disabilities to own or inherit property, to control their own financial affairs, and to have equal access to bank loans, mortgages, and other forms of financial credit, and shall ensure that persons with disabilities are not arbitrarily deprived of their property. Mr. Speaker, when I stood up, I said that I was standing here with sadness. I retract that. I am standing here in anger. And in that spirit, I will read you again Section 7 of the Charter. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Mr. Speaker, national and international law recognize a person's right to exercise as much judgment as possible over their own affairs. In 1993, the Law Reform Commission pointed out the lack of constitutionality of the old legislation. As I've said before, it took us too long to act. Our own Supreme Court, in striking down the former act, said a law that provides that someone else is entitled to make all decisions for another clearly infringes liberty and security of the person. Mr. Speaker, not much has changed. Would this law survive a constitutional test? Time will tell. Here we are. In what I said earlier this week was a moment of opportunity. Government had the time to go back to the drawing board and get this right. And in saying that, it is so important to recognize the stakeholders in this conversation, those who were briefly consulted, and many of whom also took the time to appear at law amendments to universally tell this government that this bill is not right. It was frankly heartbreaking to read the submissions from People First Nova Scotia, urging us all in no uncertain terms to at least have the respect to consider the changes these frontline people and groups are recommending. From professors to community advocates to parents to First Voices, the suggestions, amendments, and entreaties were remarkably consistent. At their heart, they all asked for one thing: a truly supported decision-making regime, one that serves many of the most vulnerable in our province, that truly helps them to be a part of the community in which they find themselves, and to have fulfilling lives and independence. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, on this day, it seems that they will be denied.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I need to start out by saying to the member from Pictou West and the member from Dartmouth South that I do not believe that either one of you have failed, because I believe it is our job to be representatives of what our constituents and stakeholders are telling us. And what you did is you listened and you brought their voices and you spoke as loudly as you could. It is not your failure that those words weren't listened to or acted upon. So I want to congratulate both of you.
Order, please. Just like to remind the honourable member to keep her comments directed through the chair and not directly to other members. So the honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The definition of capacity is one I'm well familiar with as a health professional. And at its very basic, it says maximum amount that someone can do or obtain. It is the ability or power to do something. And we've spoken at length about the fact that those with intellectual disabilities function on a spectrum. And we wanted this legislation to reflect that. But it isn't just the person with the difficulties in decision-making that I am concerned about. I'm concerned about the capacity of the judges, the capacity of the lawyers who are going to have to interpret this legislation and implement and make decisions on behalf of those who have the challenges. I'm equally concerned about the capacity of the health professionals who are then going to be tasked with doing the capacity evaluations and making the life-altering decisions on someone else's behalf with their recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, I have been in that position as a health professional when someone has said, can my mother still live at home? If you want a difficult position to be in, it's to tell someone that you're going to have to put your wife in a building other than the one that they've lived in for 50 years because they no longer have the capacity physically to live there. It's a lot easier to make that determination, though, because we have outcome measures, we have national guidelines, we have policies and procedures that have been tested for at least 50 years that allow me to say to a family member, if your scores fall into this range, you cannot live alone, and it is in your best interest to be in an assisted living facility. We do not have those national guidelines for intellectual capacity decision making. And there are articles in other countries where they call upon national guidelines for national intellectual capacity guidelines. And I'll reference one, the Journal of American Academy of Psychiatry of March 2017, where it says in one of their recommendations, we recommend national guidelines for the evaluation of task-specific decision-making capacities to reduce the variability of outcome and improved quality of evaluations found among medical professionals, forensic evaluators, and legal representatives. And I'll table that document. So we don't have a process in place to evaluate intellectual capacities. We do not have the training of the lawyers, the judges, the healthcare professionals, or the representatives who are going to be taking on these tasks in their new capacities. So we're going to have all sorts of uncertainty moving forward. So we have policies before we have regulations, and the procedures that are going to guideline our practical applications. Mr. Speaker, in the CTV News article of October the 16th, they were talking about the fact that we don't have benchmarks to guide this. This issue is very similar to inclusion in the classroom. It's one person deciding what another person's capabilities are and what supports they need. But we do have an inclusion in the classroom, and I hope all the ministers on the other side are listening. We do have policies for inclusion in the classroom and for assessing who needs that, and we fund those assessments and we fund the supports that are needed. We are not doing that, Mr. Speaker, with this legislation as it stands. Issues of who decides for someone else is not new in healthcare. We've had informed consent for a very long time. We have financial power of attorney. So if you have funding issues, we have someone who can do that for you, but that's all they get to do. We have alternate decision makers on healthcare decisions. I can have one son deciding how to spend my money, and he knows who that is. And I can have another one deciding whether to unplug my ventilator if I should have a catastrophic illness or injury. We can have two different people doing that. We don't have that ability with this bill, and we did not listen to the people who suggested that we needed to have the spectrum and the supports in place to make those alternate decisions for a variety of task-specific issues. I am wondering, because we don't talk about it, and this is, I haven't heard it mentioned here in this sitting, assisted death. It took a long time to bring that legislation forward. What happens if I am the representative for somebody who has capacity decision-making difficulties, who turns around and says they are ready to die for whatever reason? Am I going to be allowed as their representative to put forth that to a couple of physicians to make that decision? Am I going to allow them to participate in research studies or to donate their body to science, if that's my preference but not necessarily theirs? So these are issues that we need to talk about, and we didn't get those decisions when people brought forth their recommendations for amendments. Mr. Speaker, in an October 16th article by CBC News by Jean LaRoche, a judge found the old law violated the rights of Landon Webb, a young man whose parents were granted guardianship over him. We haven't talked about the fact that some of the people who want not guardianship but representation, they may not personally have all of the capacity that they need to do that. As a mother of four, I can tell you there were days when I'm not sure I had the capacity to deal with 4 growing boys. How on earth are we going to allow somebody who may not have the capacity to handle all of the decisions of someone with intellectual disabilities from managing all of the issues that they might state? Michelle Bach, the Managing Director of the Institute for Research and Development on Inclusion in Society, traveled from Toronto down here to talk about this legislation. Sadly, none of the things that they stated were acted upon. The issue that he said is that this bill does not specify what the supports will be, so it leaves a wide scope for arbitrary application of the definition of capacity. And I can tell you that as time goes on, we are going to have a greater number of seniors, a greater number of accidents, a greater number of people with early psychosis, possibly because of bringing in marijuana legislation for adults under the age of 25. The need for this legislation is going to go up. The challenges to its ability to meet the definition of what it was meant to do are going to be challenged on a greater and greater basis. And I'm going to echo the previous members from Pictou West and Dartmouth South that it is a sad day that not one of the amendments was approved. And I'm going to suggest that since this is going to be reviewed in 3 years' time, that they not lose heart, because that will conveniently and almost coincidentally be exactly when we head back to the polls in the next election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we move on to the honourable member for Halifax Needham, I'd like to remind the honourable member for Dartmouth South, the documents that you were extensively quoting from, I'd ask you to table those or table copies of those if you wouldn't mind. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will not take a long time. There has been so much work and preparation and thought put into the comments that have been made, not just here at third reading, but during yesterday's Committee of the Whole, and certainly at law amendments from stakeholders who have an interest in this legislation. I want to speak just briefly, first of all, to thank my colleagues from Pictou West and particularly my new colleague from Dartmouth South. It's been a pleasure, and I've been awed, frankly, at the poise with which she's spoken to this legislation, but really it's a pleasure to serve with both of you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to serve with both of them. But also, I guess I just want to echo and amplify some of the comments that my colleague from Dartmouth South made yesterday, that the reason they spoke so well and with so much thought and with so much preparation, it was not for the pleasure of hearing their own voice. It was to actually exercise in this chamber of the People's House democracy. And I have to say, it's a bit of a disappointment to have watched across the aisle as members responded initially, as the government House Leader and the Minister of Justice and the Premier appeared to actually listen and recognize that what was being said on this side of the House was compelling, was grounded in a really close attention to the importance and the details of this bill. And to have seen the scurrying that happened, and I spoke about it earlier this week because in Halifax Needham I had the annual general meeting of my electoral district association, and I was speaking about how wonderful it was to be back in the House, but with some new colleagues, and I felt like I had actually witnessed democracy. I had witnessed the function of this House. And yeah, so I am disappointed, but also I am concerned for the folly that the government is showing in not listening and in not taking those amendments under really more serious and more considered advisement. I went back during the Committee of the Whole House last night and read the decision of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia in the case of Landon Webb, written by Jamie Campbell. It's extremely well written. It's very concise. And I paid particular attention to his very long consideration and argument about whether or not to award damages to Landon Webb. There was initially a request for damages, relatively modest, $25,000, and the judge considered that at great length, and he decided against damages, and this is part of his reasoning why. And I apologize, I haven't printed the judgment, but I certainly can do so in order to table it. The judge wrote, while damages can be awarded under the Charter, citizens cannot obtain compensation for the effects of unconstitutional legislation upon them unless the government acted in a way that was clearly wrong, in bad faith, or an abuse of power. And he felt that even though the Law Reform Commission had pointed out the weakness of the incompetent persons legislation back in 1993, he felt that there clearly was not evidence of that acting in bad faith or an abuse of power. However, I wonder now if a person who is under one of these old guardianship orders is so resourceful as to connect with a lawyer to challenge the constraints on their liberties that may very well continue under this act. If the court would make the same decision again. Again, the judge wrote, there is no evidence of the government that the government acted in bad faith or abused its power in enacting the Incompetent Persons Act and failing to amend it to make it comply with the Charter. That was part of the rationale when the decision was made not to award damages. But we will have the Hansard record. We will have the record of law amendments. We will have the record of the reasoning of the work of my colleagues. And again, I want to give credit to all of the stakeholders and also to Brian Francis on our research staff for drafting the amendments. Clearly, there was concern here. Clearly, the government had an opportunity to act in good faith, to use its power to make this new bill meet the test that, the tests that were spoken to in that court judgment, that are spoken to in our commitments under the United Nations and in the Charter. Briefly, I want to also speak just to a more general consideration, a more general question of leadership and what that looks like. And I'm of the school that is increasingly large but not often in evidence as yet in, I'd say, Canadian politics in general, that vulnerability is a leadership skill, not a weakness. And part of vulnerability is allowing that one does not have everything that it takes to arrive at the best decision or to arrive at the best course of action, to be willing to accept help. And I happen to know, because the lawyer for Landon Webb is a constituent of mine, that the government was offered help, that there was active interest on the part of her and of multiple other stakeholders to work with the government, not just in this past week when this has all come to the House's attention, but over the past year. And in fact, I spoke with Suzanne Litke months ago, shortly after we were all assigned critic roles, and she wanted to connect with me, and she wanted to connect with Claudia, which I believe she eventually did, and speak to her great concern that there wasn't an ongoing dialogue. She knew that this date was approaching. She was the one who had worked with Landon Webb to have the old legislation overturned, and so she knew what it would take. She knew the arguments that she made successfully before the court to show that the Incompetent Persons Act did not meet the test of the Charter, and she was offering that and looking for a place to share her knowledge. And I have no idea, because I've never been in government. I can't really picture what it looks like inside a department. I can't picture whether the ministers give freedom to their staff to go out and find expertise and knowledge and contributions outside the doors. But my sense of this government is that there is a desire to control and to limit input because it might imply a commitment to act. And I think that we all suffer as a result because there's a lack, because we're a small province. And as the government always likes to tell us, resources are limited. But when there are such great resources available in the community, such great sources of expertise, we are not even taking advantage of them when they are freely offered to do a better job for the people of this province, and I find that very unfortunate. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I take my seat.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice, it will be to close third reading of Bill number 16, the Adult Capacity and Decision Making Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. And I do want to acknowledge my colleague from Pictou West and my colleague from Dartmouth South for their passion and their objectives. They have not failed, Mr. Speaker. They have, in fact, embedded what we all have a responsibility to do, and that is to speak with the best interests of our constituents, both in our constituencies and the province as a whole. So I do want to acknowledge and commend them for that. Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I rise to close debate on Bill number 16, the Adult Capacity and Decision Making Act.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 16, the Adult Capacity. There's been a call for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. The clerks will now proceed with the recorded vote on Bill number 16, the Adult Capacity Act. I'll ask all members to remain absolutely silent until the conclusion of the vote. When your name is called, please stand tall and state clearly a yay or a nay. The clerks will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Ms. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Mr. McNeil.
Yes.
Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Ms. Metlajiab.
Oui.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Mr. Momberket.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. McGuire.
Yes.
Mr. McKay. Mr. Jessam.
Oui.
Ms. Lonis Croft.
Yes.
Ms. DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster.
Nay.
Mr. McLeod.
Nay.
Mr. Dunn.
Nay.
Ms. McFarland.
No.
Mr. Bailey.
No.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
No.
Mr. Dave Wilson.
No.
Mr. Burrow.
No.
Ms. Zann.
No.
Ms. Roberts.
No.
Ms. LeBlanc.
No.
Ms. Martin.
No.
Ms. Chender.
No.
Ms. Smith McCrossan.
No.
Ms. Pond.
No.
Mr. Houston.
No.
Mr. Orrell.
No.
Mr. Bain. Mr. Lohr.
No.
Mr. Johns. Ms. Adams.
No.
Ms. Masland.
Nay.
Mr. Hullman.
No.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Those in favor of the motion, 25. Those opposed, 22.
The motion is carried.
Bill number 16, an act respecting representative decision-making.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 27, Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act?
Now call Bill number 27, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 27, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this bill, Nova Scotia will be the only province in the country with legislation that protects victims of cyberbullying. People will be held responsible if they maliciously intend to cause harm online. Once this law comes into effect, victims or their families can go to court for a protective order or financial compensation. The court will be able to order a cyberbully to stop harmful online activities, that a web page be taken down, and prohibit further contact with a cyberbully and a victim, that a cyberbully pay damages or a referral to dispute resolution with the Cyberscan unit. Mr. Speaker, this act will prevent and respond to the harms of sharing intimate images without consent and cyberbullying. At the same time, it will uphold and protect our fundamental freedom of expression. By passing this bill, we are sending a clear message that cyberbullying and the sharing of intimate images without consent will not be tolerated in Nova Scotia. Cyberbullies will be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, I want to address our decision to pass this bill this session instead of in the spring. Considering everything and listening to all sides, and also knowing that we have gone without legislation since the former act was struck down, we decided that the public interest is best served with getting this legislation passed now rather than having further time pass without a law in place. I know there are Nova Scotians out there that can be helped by this legislation today. We will continue to consult on this issue as we have regulations to draft to support this bill, and getting those done as quickly as possible is a priority for this government. Mr. Speaker, we're all aware of the pervasiveness of smartphones, social media, and online activity. When cyberbullies abuse the use of these online platforms, it is extremely harmful and can result in the deterioration of an individual's mental well-being. The reality today is this malicious content can be online, in the hands of many in a matter of seconds, where it remains for 24 hours of the day. The victim has no escape. We know that Rehtaeh Parsons, a young, vibrant Nova Scotian, felt this very way. It was her loss of life that brought our colleagues together in the legislature to pass the previous legislation. While it was struck down, Mr. Speaker, it was well intended. I know all members of this House keep Rehtaeh and her family in our thoughts, especially as we discuss this legislation. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a tool for victims, driven by victims, and it gives them the option to go to court if they wish to pursue that route. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that many incidents of cyberbullying will continue to be resolved through the restorative justice approaches and with the help of the CyberScan unit. Our experience has demonstrated that CyberScan is effective in mediation and negotiation, and they will continue to help victims to engage with social media platforms to remove harmful content. We know that often that is exactly what the victim wants, to have the harmful content, whether it's a photo or offensive post, removed and removed quickly. We will continue with prevention efforts, including educating Nova Scotians on the harmful impacts of cyberbullying. We will also continue to help victims with restorative approaches through the CyberScan unit. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about this at second reading, but it's worth repeating. Technology is rapidly changing around us, and within months of buying an innovative piece of technology, there is something more innovative and advanced on the market. We know that this can have an impact on the use of the social media and those who abuse it. That's why it's important that we keep this legislation current and effective. We have also included in the law a requirement that we review the legislation within 3 years. This will allow us to gauge its effectiveness, and within 1 year of the review, a report will be tabled in the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia remains a leader in addressing cyberbullying. We are the only province with this type of legislation, and I assure you the rest of the country is watching. With the passage of this legislation, I believe other jurisdictions will be encouraged to do the same. I want to thank those who provided their feedback during the consultation legislation, and I want to thank specifically my colleagues from Pictou West and Dartmouth South for their constructive, positive input and dialogue, and their passion to ensure that we had this bill right. Government is pleased to accept in principle the opposition amendments that my colleague from Pictou West advanced that will provide CyberScan with legislative authority to provide information to victims regarding contacting police, as well as information on how to better navigate the justice system. I'm pleased with the support of this bill. It underscores the importance. All members of this House not only recognize the harms of cyberbullying, but are committed to finding solutions and protecting victims. Our dialogue with the opposition members helps bring us to a better place with this legislation. It has made it a better bill, and I thank them for that. The first cyberbullying law, the Cyber Safety Act, had all party support when it passed in 2013. I think it's important that we once again work together and again unanimously pass a bill that will protect Nova Scotians from online bullying. Mr. Speaker, I'm also well aware that this bill must support our shared belief in access to justice. I've heard the concerns raised by my colleagues and those who've provided input, and I want my colleagues to know that as we go forward, we will be looking at various options to ensure access and mitigate barriers. For example, we will be working on raising awareness, continuing to educate the public, and updating the CyberScan website, as well as development of new tools to assist victims. The regulations, Mr. Speaker, will spell out the duties of CyberScan, and we will be preparing simple, easy-to-use forms that victims would use to file an application. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this legislation will protect victims of cyberbullying for years to come. Together, I believe we are making Nova Scotia a safer place. And with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the comments of my colleagues.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand in my place and speak to third reading on Bill 27, Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the Premier and the Minister of Justice and his department for once again allowing my colleague from Dartmouth South and myself to collaborate on making this bill stronger. It's as we evolve, I think and I hope that we can see more of this, and so it's a good start. So thank you to the Minister. Many will be pleased. Some will say it's not perfect, and I would agree, but I know we have a very strong start. And I was happy to hear the comments from the Minister that there are a few things that will be looked at to enhance the bill further along. When speaking to this bill in second reading, I mentioned the young man who stayed with me and my daughter Chloe and my son Jack. And he committed suicide, as I had mentioned. This bill would have helped him greatly. I miss him. I often wonder how he made it to 29 before taking his own life. I think about the vulnerability he possessed, but slowly the trust he gained in me while disclosing much of his heartache and shame. Many would say he was a criminal, Carla, but I believe he was a victim. He did spend a lot of years in jail. He spent time homeless. He spent time trying to make himself better without little or no support systems in place. He spent time contemplating suicide and was unsuccessful twice, but sadly, not the third time. He spent time seeking help, seeking friends that he could trust, not the ones who would manipulate his good intentions, his self-worth, his soul, his kindness. He was hard working when given the chance. He would often say to me, "I'm stupid though, Carla." And I would say, "No, you're not. You have no idea." He was one of the most brilliant young men I have ever met. He thought no one would ever love him, but he was wrong. Chloe, Jack, and I loved him. We loved him very much. Mr. Speaker, love is not a luxury anymore. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity. And everyone does better when loved. Why, Mr. Speaker, do people bully? Why do people feel the entitlement to share intimate images without consent? We may never know. We can collect all the stats, all the data out there, but we cannot change human nature. But we can change the law. And that's what we did together. I often sit with my children and we discuss bullying. And I try to educate them and I try to bring awareness. And I know my 19-year-old daughter gets it. I'm totally comfortable now. Sometimes with my 15-year-old son, I am so nervous. I mean, he's a good kid. He's, but these things happen that, there's situations sometimes that take on a life of their own with not intending to do things. And I know that bullying would not be the case, but it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, the pictures these kids send. I just, and all I can say to those that are parents and are lucky enough to have your children sort of bypass that, although it's not just youth. I mean, it happens at all ages, so it's not like this bill has any specific gender or anything, but I think we all can agree that it's the youth that we are trying to ensure that there's rules and regulations and there's boundaries. And all I can say to those parents that are in my place or those younger members in the House that have children growing up is that you have to check your kid's phone every night. You have to make it a chore. You go into their bedroom and you pick up their phone and you see what is on it and on their computer, because that is our responsibility. And I hope that parents will start taking more responsibility, because I think without them taking responsibility, that's when things escalate. And that's when I think really innocent situations or things that started out really were innocent, and then they escalated. A bill that impacts so many lives deserves a bipartisan approach, and we definitely in this chamber prove that. Success and credit is not singular, it's plural. And the best teams, I often say, are horizontal. So again, thank you to the Minister for giving me the chance to collectively collaborate on this. In the coming days, I know, Mr. Speaker, the Minister and his department will work to see the bill proclaimed. And I know the Premier has commented on that as well. I also just want to mention that the CyberScan unit is the country's first cyberbullying and investigative unit, and Nova Scotia should really be proud of that. I mean, we really, really should be proud of that, and they have done an amazing, amazing job. With over 800 cases, only 10 had to go to court. And I think that's sort of the key here, is that they are a unit that are able to bring education, awareness, and resolve. And I look forward to their continuation with the department. I also want to say this in closing, that I think this bill, as we all know, came because of Rehtaeh. But I mentioned in second reading that Rehtaeh would often come to Pictou with her aunt, who is an artist, and Rehtaeh was an artist. And Rehtaeh was a lot more than what we here know about her. And I know that the member from Cole Harbour is close to the family. And I would ask that all of us in this chamber leave here today, and when Rehtaeh is mentioned in a conversation again, that we talk about what a beautiful, intelligent, jovial, artistic, loving, caring, honest, kind, young lady. That's what we want to remember. So on those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with mixed emotions that I rise today to speak to Bill 27, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act. And I'd like to first begin by saying that I don't intend to vote in favor of this bill, and I am probably the only one in the legislature that will be doing so. That is not to say that I blame anybody, including my own caucus, who do support it and who feel that this is something that is needed in order to fill in a gap that we don't have presently and have not had since 2015. 2 years ago, when our first Cyber Safety Act was struck down. However, having been a victim of cyberbullying and intimate images being used without my consent, I have, I would say, a first-handed view of what that's like. And I also have spoken to many victims since my experience who have reached out to me to say, thank God you spoke out, thank God you stood up for yourself, because now it gives me the strength to actually say something when I was being either privately bullied or people had my intimate image and I didn't know what to do. And you've given me the strength to be able to actually stand up and speak about it and say enough is enough and something definitely has to be done. One of the things I'd like to talk about to begin with is the intimate images issue. Some people may not be aware that it's a very difficult issue when young people allow other young people to take their picture. They think that they're their boyfriend or their girlfriend, but in most cases it's the boys that are doing this. They talk their girlfriend into posing in some kind of a shot, either partly clothed or no clothes. And the girls think that they're going to be loved forever, and this boy is going to love them forever. And you know, coming from my position now after 2 marriages, and knowing how relationships can sometimes flounder and sometimes get incredibly unpleasant and very angry. I try and tell young women today, and I've done this publicly in my hometown of Truro. I've written stories about it and been interviewed about it and go to schools talking about it. The fact that just because somebody is your boyfriend or girlfriend today does not mean that they're going to be forever. So therefore, if you allow anybody to take a picture of you that you do not want anybody else in the world to ever see, don't allow it. Say no. Don't give in to peer pressure. Don't give in to the individual pressure. Just say no. Because after my experience, what happened was I started to get emails from young women right across Nova Scotia. It started off with women in Truro, and then it spread to other areas of Nova Scotia. And they told me that there were pictures of them, many of them underage too, that had been taken and were now on a couple of websites that were out there, and that their boyfriend had either shared their picture with someone else who had put it on this website, or had sent it to this website themselves. Sometimes these websites can be called revenge porn. If somebody's pissed off or whatever about something and the relationship is broken up, it's called revenge porn, and they will send, in a very, to get back at the partner, they will send a picture of that person to try and get back at them, and then they'll let them know, oh, by the way, your picture is now up there, and ha ha ha, you can't do anything about it. Sometimes it's not revenge porn. And in one of the cases, there were pictures of young women at the CEC High School in Truro who were being put on this website that was located outside of North America, in an Asian country. And that's where the server was, and that's where whoever was the mastermind behind this was out there. And they were asking for pictures of young women from Truro. So there was a whole site, Truro teenagers, Truro girls, and there were men on there commenting on each picture and saying, oh, I like that one. Can you get me some more of that one? Or there was one, and oh, hey, I got her, but maybe I could get her sister. And they all had fake names. One of them was called the Milkman. Another one was called something else. And I'll tell you, when the women brought my attention to it, I went on there and I was trying to figure out who these people are, trying to figure out who were they, how could they get these pictures, asking like for the sister of another girl. It was absolutely disgusting. And they would relegate the girls to numbers, like from 1 to 10. Is this a 10 or is this a 1 or whatever? But the problem was, once the girl was on there, they could not get their picture off. And many of these girls, they hadn't told their parents, they hadn't told their now boyfriend or girlfriend, now that they're older. Some of these women were now 24 years old, and their picture from when they were 14 was still on there. So I contacted the police. They said they couldn't do anything. I contacted the RCMP. They said they were aware of it, but they couldn't do anything. So then I contacted the Minister of Justice for the Conservative government at the time, Mr. From Pictou area, Peter MacKay. I contacted Peter MacKay and asked him if there was something that he could do as the Minister of Justice to try and get all of the, the police bodies and the RCMP working on this to try and bring it down. And we had a few different conversations with his staff, and I had some emails back and forth, and they were shocked. But they said, at this point in time, even working across borders was very difficult with online stuff. And the girls told me that if they went to the police or they went to the RCMP, nobody seemed to know anything about it. They didn't even really know how to work the internet that well. It was kind of a useless proposition. So I went public with it, and I did an interview and told people about how frustrating it was that nothing could be done, and that women should be really aware of of letting their images be taken. And eventually, I got a message on Facebook from a gentleman who told me that he was with Anonymous, with the group Anonymous. And he said that he'd been watching my plight with my own instance of my own intimate image that had been plastered everywhere and went all around the world in 48 hours. And he had been following how I was trying to do something about this for other young women. And he said, we in Anonymous take on cases on a case-by-case basis, and we don't always agree to take one on, because we're all over the world. We're in many different countries, and there are at least 1,000 of us working on cases. But one of the things that we particularly care about is child pornography. And this falls under child pornography. So he said, I've had a meeting with my cohorts, and we have decided to take this on. And we're going to try and bring down that website. And I mean, what can you say? I said, thank you. I said, at this point, if anybody can do anything, I've talked to everybody right up to the Justice Minister of Canada, and nobody can do anything. So, in fact, within about 2 weeks, I got a message from that person saying, we did it, we cracked it, it's down. And he said it took 140 of us working on it from all around the world, various different countries, to actually do it. This is what we're dealing with here. So when we're talking about cyber harassment and cyber bullying and cyber pictures, it is a very difficult situation, and it's complicated. And when the very first major case came forward about Rehtaeh Parsons, I mean, nobody knew at the beginning what it was or what was happening, or, I mean, phones and texts and tweets. I don't even know if Twitter was out at that particular point in time. But so I was there, and I witnessed our government being bombarded with people who wanted us to do something about the fact that this young woman was being bullied and harassed to the point of wanting to commit suicide, and in fact attempting suicide and actually it being successful. So I was proud to have been part of a government that actually introduced the very first anti-cyberbullying law in Canada. And I was very disappointed when the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia struck it down, saying that it infringed on charter rights and freedoms. And when you look at whose rights and freedoms does it infringe on, it's actually, they were saying that it infringed on the perpetrators. So it wasn't infringing on the victims, The victims are out there already, and they're trying to say, please do something and please stop these people from constantly showing my picture over and over and over again and having it go farther and farther afield, and more people around the world seeing it, and me getting more and more messages about it, from hateful messages from people telling me I'm this, I'm that, calling me names, saying I'm fat, saying I'm this, whatever. It's disgusting. And unless you've actually gone through it yourself or been a parent or a family member of somebody who's gone through it, you really have no idea how bad and how awful and how disgusting it is. If you know anybody or have been yourself ever raped, attacked, gang raped, then you would know what it's like, because it's like that. Only because it's cyber, it's not physically happening, but it's happening inside your head. It is happening to you. You are under attack day and night, constantly, for 24 hours. It doesn't stop. And that is a very difficult thing to deal with emotionally, psychologically, mentally, and also it affects you physically. So, you know, Rehtaeh Parsons was only 17 years old. She was, we now know, it's been proved, she was raped, she was bullied, she attempted suicide, and she subsequently died. She was sexually assaulted by a number of young youth, boys, men, in November 2011 when she was just 15 years old. There were pictures taken of her in various positions with boys on top of her, and she was also taking a picture of her vomiting out the window because she was so drunk. And as we all know, drunkenness should not mean consent, right? After that happened, she was bullied for months when digital photos of the incident was passed around her school. And if any of us can remember what it's like to be 15 years old and have our peers, you know, peer pressure, peer support, what your peers think about you is very important. And she was intimidated, she was bullied, she was called all kinds of names, and she couldn't live with it. And she attempted suicide, and she was taken off life support in 2013. Any of us that were here in the legislature at that time remember what it was like to have the parents and the public basically demanding blood, demanding people's heads, demanding that something be done in order to provide an immediate fix. They wanted something done yesterday. So the result was the Cyber Safety Act. Now I have to say, and I have to mention, that around the same time, there was another case across the country in Vancouver that happened with another young woman, Amanda Todd. And that was, she committed suicide. She was 15 years old as well, another 15-year-old. She committed suicide October 10th, 2012, same year that, the same year, just before the attempted suicide and the suicide of Rehtaeh. She committed suicide at her home in Port Coquitlam in British Columbia, and prior to her death, she had posted she'd posted a video on YouTube in which she used a series of flashcards to tell her experience of being blackmailed into exposing her breasts via webcam by an adult, right? By an adult. And that video went viral after her death, resulting in international media attention. The video has had more than 12 million views as of February 2017. And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and British Columbia Coroner's Services launched investigations into that suicide. And as I said, it was found that it was an adult male. The Premier of British Columbia at the time made an online statement of condolence and suggested a national discussion on criminalizing cyberbullying. Also, a motion was introduced in the Canadian House of Commons to propose a study of the scope of bullying in Canada and for more funding and support for anti-bullying organizations. Amanda Todd's mother, Carol, established the Amanda Todd Trust, receiving donations to support anti-bullying awareness education and programs for young people with mental health programs. And I would be remiss if I did not say that Amanda's aunt was living in Truro at the time when this happened and was a friend of mine, and we had a candlelight vigil for her niece. So this was happening all over the place. It was like a plague, and there was nothing in place to deal with the perpetrators of this. At the same time, after that, there were sports teams that started to spread pictures of young women from one person to another. And again, at that time, there was nothing really in place to deal with it. So there were all of these victims feeling like, who cares about us? Nobody, there's nothing there to help protect us. Mainly young women. And the parents, too. They were just... They felt completely hopeless and helpless, and it was after some time that, in fact, my own incident happened. After all of this, after we had passed the bill, after I'd gotten up and spoken about how much we need a bill like this, and then it was probably a year later. It was actually 2013, in November of 2013, right after the election. That in fact suddenly I was a target, and all of a sudden it was like Alice in Wonderland, or through the looking glass. Suddenly I'm being dragged down the rabbit's hole, and all of a sudden I'm looking at it from the same perspective of the victims, going, wait a minute, what is this? Like, how did this happen? And in my case, I was new to Twitter. Didn't know Twitter, didn't understand Twitter. I didn't understand those Twitter handles. I didn't even know they were called Twitter handles. I just signed up, and all of a sudden, it's like at midnight, after I got home from some event on a Saturday night, I looked, and there was this picture of me topless from a TV series called The L Word, which I had done in Vancouver back in 2007, I believe. And this person was like laughing, like, hey, Lenore Zann, where's the old Lenore Zann now? That was the tweet. And I kind of looked at it and I went, like, what is this? And who is this idiot? And I didn't know what to do, but I kind of wrote back and I went, well, the new Lenore Zann is now in the legislature kicking butt, or something like that. Please delete this photo. That was it. And then I went to bed. And then the next day, the same person wrote back and refused to delete the picture and said, wow, yeah, you should know better. You're a politician. Why are you showing all your lady parts? Like something like that. I'm going, and I didn't know who the person was. I didn't know what. So 3 times I asked this person, please delete this picture. For one thing, it's not a legal picture. It's not something I ever agreed to have taken. I was in the middle of a television series, in a scene, in a shower scene, and this is a frame that has been removed from the scene. And I never sign anything, any waiver that said anybody could use any pictures of me from that scene for any other purposes other than the scene being on television. And where I was coming from as well is that there are people out in the world who make money off of celebrity nudes. They call them celebrity nudes. They'll go into a movie or television or whatever, and they'll freeze frame a frame, they'll take it out, and then they'll stick it on a website that you can't get at, oftentimes overseas, and they'll call it celebrity nudes. And at the time, people had to pay money with a credit card in order to get on that website to see these celebrity nudes. And it's completely illegal. So I tried to explain to this person, you know, it's illegal, you really should take it down, you have no right to do it. Anyway, the situation continued. This person refused to do it, kept laughing at me, calling me names. Next thing I knew, it was called, people were jumping in, pouncing in, and piling in on me. And then some of them were then sharing the whole scene, some of them were sharing other things, again, name-calling, belittling, commenting about my body, whatever. And I called the police. I actually called the police. And a police officer in Truro had been working on the cyber squad, not cyber squad, but the cyber bullying team in Truro, talking to young people about this kind of thing. And they, in fact, had that character Cyber, who used to show up. He was a robot machine type thing that taught kids about cyberbullying. And in fact, I had been on the video that was teaching kids not to cyberbully. That's the irony of this whole thing. I played Officer Webb, who tried to teach young children in grades 1 to 5 or 6 not to cyberbully. And in fact, I was very proud of that work. So that officer told me, Lenore, you need to report it, and you need to call the cyber squad unit. And I said, the Cyber Squad unit? He said, yeah, there's a 1-800 number. You just call the Cyber Squad unit, you explain what's happened, explain that they're continuing to harass you, and now it's a big pile-on, and all these people are doing it, and you don't know who they are, so call them. And I also checked with my sister, who's a guidance counselor for junior high, and she said, oh my God, yes, you've got to do that. That's what we tell all the kids to do. You call the Cyber Squad unit, and they'll look into it, and you know, and so that's what I did. And I have to say, long story short, the Cyber Squad unit was amazing because, for one thing, they listened. For another thing, they went online, they saw what was happening, they sussed out the situation, they called me back and they went, oh my God, how terrible, you must feel really awful. And it was so nice to have an expert, somebody who knows, saying, yeah, we believe you, this is harassment. This is not your imagination, this is harassment. And as a single woman living by yourself in a big old house in Truro, I was scared that these people were going to suddenly show up at my doorstep. I mean, I didn't know who they were at first. In the end, we found out they were teenagers, an 18-year-old actually, and they were a sports team, a basketball team, who were on a tournament in Moncton. And they were doing this over the weekend in Moncton. Let's torment our MLA. Turned out they were from Truro, and let's torment the MLA. And so in that case, it was very nice to be able to have somebody who could help explain to me what could be done and how we could get this picture down and get these people to stop harassing me. It went on for several weeks. And as a victim statement, I have to say that what it did to me, somebody who's been through a lot, you know, I've said in this house before, I have suffered through sexual assault, rape, come out the other end, I'm okay most of the time, but you know, this was worse. This was worse. And I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I was constantly feeling anxious, feeling less than, feeling like I never knew what was going to happen next, and I had no control over the situation whatsoever. And then an adult, a father of one of the other kids, not the one who started it, but another one, he suddenly decided that he was going to get involved and start showing my pictures online. And then berating me about being an adult and I should know better. I said, I was an actor. That's like 7 years ago. I am now a politician, and that was my job. I mean, and guess what? Actors should be allowed to do scenes or whatever, and if they want to run for government, so be it. They shouldn't be bullied out of the political life just because they may have done a love scene or kissed somebody, a boy or a girl or whatever, or had a nude scene. So it turned out that this gentleman started harassing me along with the kids. And then the cyber unit contacted him and said, you must cease and desist. You are now bullying and cyberbullying and harassing this woman. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. It was just a phone call. So what he did was he went public. He called all the press that he could get a hold of and complained and said, well, who's the bully? Here she is, a politician, and she's witch, and she's got everything, and here's this young kid who's innocent, and and so there's no difference, and so he went public with it. Next thing you know, you got CBC, CTV, Global, people from across the country calling up, wanting stories, trying to explain exactly what happened, stick to the story, let other people decide for themselves. But the thing is, they also put our Twitter handles in, and the pictures that they used a picture of the boy, the 18-year-old, with a Harvard t-shirt on. Meanwhile, he wasn't going to Harvard, and he never did go to Harvard, but they used this picture, and they used a picture of me from outside the legislature crying. And then that story suddenly morphed into, who is the bully here? Who's the bully? Is this innocent kid the bully? Or is this politician, polished politician, who should know better, and what's she doing showing her lady parts anyway, blah, 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 blah. Who's the bully here? Well, those stories, as I said earlier, went all around the world within 48 hours. It started on a Friday. By that Monday, I had received so many thousands, maybe even 1 million, I don't even know, tweets from people I don't know, from countries all around the world, blaming me and saying, you're the bully, how dare you tell this kid to take your picture down, you should have known better. I'd like to take you out and rape you behind a house. I would like to take a gun and shoot you, and you be ready because I'm coming to your house. And things like this, all the things we hear about, they were saying it over and over and over again. And in the end, I actually found out that some people had set up those bot farms. That's when I first learned about bots. They had bots that were repeating the same message over and over and over and over and over again. And it was devastating. Again, I live by myself. I don't have a partner. I got 2 little dogs, and I didn't leave my house that weekend. And by the end of that weekend, my phone died. It froze. It died because everything was coming in at the same time. So that is the experience, and I'll tell you, it took 3 months to get over that. 3 months for me to be able to calm down, be able to breathe, to be able to just look at myself in the mirror and go, why am I doing this? Why am I even here? Did I sign up for this? And I can just imagine what it's like for a 15-year-old girl or boy to have to deal with this kind of thing. Somebody who hasn't gone through all the life challenges that I've gone through, that enables me to say, well, I'm certainly not going to kill myself. That would be giving in to them, like, to hell with them. I'm going to stay alive, and I'm going to fight this thing, and I'm going to continue to be the spokesperson for it, and I'm not going to let them shut me down. But I'll tell you, it was difficult, very, very difficult. So let's come to now. So when that bill was struck down, the Supreme Court Justice, Glenn McDougall, ruled that the anti-cyberbullying law should be eliminated right away. And unlike other court decisions that have struck down legislation, but offered politicians a 1-year grace period to rewrite the laws, he said that this act infringed on the rights of the rights and freedoms of people. And as I said, as far as I'm concerned, these are the perpetrators. But he said that his job was to figure out whether the Cyber Safety Act unnecessarily includes material that has little or nothing to do with preventing cyberbullying. And lawyer David Fraser, who is a privacy law lawyer, he challenged that bill as well, saying that the law violated the Canadian freedom of expression as guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. He claimed at the time that amid the tense climate after Parsons' death, when people were questioning why no one was prosecuted, why none of those boys were prosecuted, that the government created the legislation without examining how the law would actually fit with the freedom of expression. And he said at the time, and I quote, "They can say that, this way they can say we didn't have a law, therefore we have to come up with a law, and that the law had the power to limit people from expressing themselves online." He said people should be able to express their honestly held opinions, particularly on matters of public interest. He also continued to say, anything that hurts anybody's feelings, if it's done online, then it's called cyberbullying. You can be liable. You can sue somebody for cyberbullying. You can be subject to an order that can cut you off from the internet, confiscate your electronic devices. It's absolutely draconian. Well, meanwhile, at the time, the Crown argued that given the nature of cyberbullying and how quickly messages can spread online, and hello, I am the first to say yes, how quickly, 48 hours around the world, China, London, Australia, I mean, you name it. It went everywhere. I couldn't believe it. It's necessary to protect a complainant against potential retaliation from a bully by allowing the victim to seek an order against the tormentor before a justice of the peace without giving notice. The legislation was created to fill a gap in existing laws, the Crown argued, and provide an alternative to a civil suit or defamation suit, which are expensive. And I have to say, many victims, as I said, they can't afford expensive suits. Many of the victims are young, and in fact, there are a lot of older victims. One thing I learned through this whole experience, and I learned it from the Cyber Squad unit, is many of the victims of cyberbullying are actually seniors. Seniors are being cyberbullied, and I have to say, they also said seniors are doing the cyberbullying, which was very interesting, I found. But again, it's expensive. So who can afford to just take somebody to court, you know, unless you've got oodles of money. So meanwhile, the privacy lawyer Fraser also said at the time that he hoped that government would go back to the drawing board. Well, he got his wish, and now, 2 years later, this government has finally come up with a new bill which seems to be, in spite of the lapsed time, to me, rather hastily put together. Now, the same lawyer, the same privacy lawyer, Fraser, is saying that, he says that when the bill was first considered on October the 16th, 2017, that he actually had less than 1 business day's notice of the hearing and was scheduled to be out of town, and that he was advised on Thursday, October 19th, that the bill would again be before the committee on Monday, October 23rd. That's only 1.5 days' notice, and he would again be out of town. He said, if the government was serious about getting it right this time, surely it would make it easier for experts to appear on the bill. And he thought that the committee would benefit from the testimony from Canadian Civil Liberties Association or the Canadian Bar Association, but both of these organizations can't just drop their tools, consult with stakeholders, and develop a coherent and helpful position with that short of a notice. And he also mentions in this letter, which I'll table, to the Law Amendments Committee, I have to finish it first, and then I'll table it. He says that he could name at least 5 people who have immense expertise in the field of civil rights, cyberbullying, restorative justice, and youth suicide, who this committee and Nova Scotians should hear from, but none of whom had a chance to provide their well-informed and expert views. This is problematic, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Fraser also says that these issues, some of these issues that he had drawn their attention to in the beginning, for instance, the fact that the respondent would first hear of it when a respondent would first hear of it would be if a police officer showed up at their house, usually at night, to serve them with an order. In fact, I don't find that to be absolutely on track, Mr. Speaker, because I know that the Cyber Squad unit phoned them first. They contacted them first, tried to get a hold of them either through phone or email, and they first requested them to stop doing, to cease and desist. The second step, if they would not cease and desist, was for them to come and come to their house and say, if you do not cease and desist, we're going to have to take away your device. If that didn't work, then they could charge them. There was a charge. And if that still did not work, then there could be jail time. And this is in, of course, serious cases. Lawyer Fraser says that his issues, a couple of his issues like that one, have been addressed in the new bill. He says the definition of cyberbullying raises the bar much higher because he felt it was too low before and too broad. But he says now he thinks it may be too high by requiring malice. But it does capture communications that are intended to actually harm the victim. He says the issue of procedural fairness has been addressed, but he's afraid now that the pendulum may have swung too far the other way. Now, the way the bill sets it out, a victim of cyberbullying has only one option: to commence an application in the Supreme Court of Canada, the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, following the Nova Scotia Civil Procedure Rules. He says he has 100% confidence in the fairness of a judge of the Supreme Court and the court's processes, but forcing a victim of cyberbullying to start a conventional lawsuit will represent a huge barrier to access to justice. And he says, to his knowledge, none of these proceedings would fall within the scope of Nova Scotia legal aid. Now, I noticed that the Conservative caucus presented a couple of amendments that have been accepted, but again, I really don't think they go far enough, and I said that at the time in law amendments, that I don't believe that they go far enough at all. As Mr. Fraser says, he says, going to the Supreme Court requires that a victim understand and follow the civil procedure rules. They'll have to read and understand rules 4, 5, and 6. They have to prepare a notice of application in court and an affidavit, all according to the rules. They'll have to hire a process server to serve the documents on the respondent. They'll likely have to be in court across from their tormentor to schedule the next steps and the court hearing. They'll get a written affidavit. They have to get a written affidavit from the respondent. They can then maybe file another response affidavit, and they can maybe cross-examine the respondent outside of court, assuming they're in a position to pay a court reporting service to transcribe the cross-examination on an expedited basis. Then they have to file their brief. And then they have their day in court, except that they never get to directly tell a judge their story. They don't get to testify on their own behalf, since their testimony is only in their affidavit. And he says he expects that that would cost at least $10,000 for a lawyer to represent an applicant in this process, which is daunting. But what's equally daunting is the prospect of a traumatized cyberbullying victim having to find, understand, and precisely follow the civil procedure rules. And this greatly troubles him, Mr. Fraser, and he says it should greatly trouble us. I also have to say that sidelining the CyberScan unit from enforcement of the law, for me, is a problem. He feels that that's okay. I do not. I found that the CyberScan unit was the godsend, and every victim I have spoken to who've actually gone through this process says the same thing, and they've written us millions of emails and letters which we have received in law amendments telling us so. I want to commend Roger Merrick and his team for being professional, for being empathetic, for being straight down the middle. They look into it. They try to make sure what is really going on. Is this just a nuisance call? Are we just trying to get somebody else in trouble just for our own benefit? They were wonderful. And anybody who's ever been raped, attacked, assaulted, either physically or in cyberspace, will tell you that this is what we need. and that the law, the courts just don't do, they just don't fulfill what we need. So the other concern is that the legislation says that if the victim is a minor, their parent or guardian has to commence the application on their behalf. But there should be a mechanism by which a minor can do this on their own. First of all, there may be a case related to intimate images where the minor does not want to tell their parents. And secondly, I can imagine a scenario where the parent is either the perpetrator or one of the friends of the parents is a perpetrator or is unwilling to help the child. And so some safeguard needs to be in place to give children direct access to somebody who can help them and to the courts. But I'll tell you, the CyberScan unit are the ones, they are the ones with the experience and they are the ones with the empathy who should be doing that. So I would really hope that the minister would consider this as they go forward and as they look at regulations. I'd also, the manner in which the non-consensual distribution of intimate images is treated in the statute is good. I agree with this, because by separating it from the definition of cyberbullying and having it separate, that actually gives us two ways to try and approach this problem. But again, I have to say, the CyberScan unit needs to have teeth. They need to be able to have the power to be that intermediator between the victim and the bullies and the courts. And I'm glad to see that things have moved along to the point where now the rape culture is becoming more and more known. People are talking about it more. When you have sports teams who are intimidating and bullying and people the way I was bullied, now people are going, oh yeah, you've got to do something. And in fact, these kids are actually being charged. They're being told they can't go to sports events. They can't go to the States on this or that tournament if they have been found guilty of passing intimate images or bullying their classmates or others. So we are moving ahead, but we are not there yet. And I say, everybody please remain vigilant. And if anybody in your constituency is suffering from this, they need our help and they need our compassion to be able to help them find solace and deal with this so that we do not have more suicides on our hands here in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure all members in the House I'll be brief. But one of the reasons why I did seek political life was to make sure that I could play my role in making sure that we'd see what is going to happen today. I'm delighted to see this legislation, and I actually stayed after last night and spoke to the Minister of Justice and shared with him how happy I was that we're about to have this legislation in this province. And I'm happy for two reasons. First is, as a new MLA, I have to tell you, in the last 5 weeks, there was many nights I left here feeling pretty disenchanted. But this legislation, the fact that we work together, that we, put political affiliations aside and came together and put together this very important piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that's going to protect our children, and that's just, it's heartwarming. It's heartwarming. And the other reason why it is so important to me is because I was a mother of a daughter that was bullied when there was no legislation and there was no help. And it was tough. It was a dark place to be. And it's a conversation back then that many didn't want to have. We don't want to, when we're talking about, kids being hurt or dying, it's just not a conversation we want to have. And a lot of parents don't want to talk about the conversations that their child is doing these bad things to others. So it was a difficult place for me. And I know how hard it was for me. I can't even begin to fathom although I listened to understand what my daughter actually went through. It was tough. She had dark days. She had days, you know, she had people go online, a group of girls that would go online every day, and they would post things to her, trying to convince her to take her life, that she was worthless. They even posted pictures of a gutting knife, asking her to take that knife and to take her own life. And nobody could help us. Nobody. The school could not help me. The police, and God love them, they were amazing. And I'm friends with many of the officers at Queen's Detachment, and I will forever be grateful for this one constable, Constable Cormier. She used to tell me, I lose sleep at night, Kim, worrying about what is going to happen to your daughter. And I am powerless. I have nothing to do to help. I remember one day she actually met with one of these girls, and the girl looked at the police officer and said, "Not my problem if she kills herself." Those were her words, and there was nothing that could be done. These girls were ruthless. They were relentless, and they were cruel. And this went on for years. And over those years, they had intention. Their intention and their drive every day when they got behind their keyboards was to convince my daughter to take her life. And thank God above, they didn't. So I'll take my seat, but I again want to thank everybody in this House for what we have done. You know, maybe I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if this legislation is everything we need it to be, but it's something for us to start, and it's important. It gives hope. It gives empowerment to children like my daughter, to parents like me who now live with guilt thinking, gosh, how could I not have protected her from these people? So this is important, and I certainly want to thank my colleagues who have allowed me to be very passionate and share my emotion with them many times around our caucus table to ensure that we understand what this legislation is doing. Until you are there, until you have a child that's gone through it, until you experience that darkness where there is nobody to help, pure desperation, you just don't understand. But you know what? I think all of us do understand. And that makes me very proud to stand in this legislature today, to know that it was a small difference, but I made a difference in somebody's life out there. And I hope that I have helped, as all of us have helped save lives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Queen Shelburne. And thank you to the member for Pictou West. Thank you to the member for Truro, Bible Hill, Salmon River, Millbrook. Thank you to the minister. This has been an emotional session, Mr. Speaker, and I think we're at the penultimate bill, and we're capping it off with more emotion, which I think I said on the first day I rose to speak in this House, I think is a good thing, if we can channel it appropriately. I want to thank my colleagues today for bringing real stories into this House. I think all of the members who have spoken today have brought real, specific, poignant examples of what this bill really means, how it will really impact people, and most importantly have brought the story of Rehtaeh Parsons back into this House. which was the initiating reason for this conversation to begin with. As others have mentioned, we had a bill. The bill was ruled struck down, found to be unconstitutional. There was a legislative gap, so we have another bill before us. I think it's a step. I think we have yet to see, particularly given the minister's comments today, how it will unfold in practice. So it's unclear at this point what the actual duties of Cyberscan will be, notwithstanding the amendment made by my colleague, the member for Pictou West. The wording was changed somewhat. So we'll wait and see. That being said, I'll just echo the core concern that I have as we watch this bill go forward, which others have spoken to, which is access to justice. So I was very happy to hear the minister say in his opening remarks that that is something that the department is taking seriously, something that the courts are looking at. As I've said before, I do think that this is an issue which in fact could be solved outside of legislation, that there could be some streamlined processes bureaucratically and with the courts that could greatly relieve some of the core access to justice issues that have been raised by David Fraser and others in this House. But we will watch eagerly to see if that is the case. I'll reiterate the other core objection we had around this bill, which was the access to justice, in particular of a minor. So we have been assured by the department that in fact a minor could bring an action under this piece of legislation via the civil procedure rules. So there could be a litigation guardian appointed. But I feel compelled to point out that that's complicated. People may not know that that's possible. That guardian has to apply to the court. It's complicated. So it's possible. Anything's possible. But it's not easy. And so again, I would urge the minister and the department to just explore other avenues to make sure that young people, young women in particular, who are the most vulnerable and who I believe are at the heart of this act, are able to avail themselves of its protections. And I think the other members have spoken eloquently to why that's important. I'll reiterate the comments around consultation. We would have liked to see more extensive consultation. The minister has spoken a lot about the restorative justice approach that the Cyberscan unit takes. However, to my knowledge, there were no restorative justice experts consulted in this version of drafting the bill, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong. It's one example of where I think a more robust consultation process could have informed this bill and brought some more interesting issues to the fore. Ultimately, what we need to fix, legislation is a blunt tool. The courts are a blunt tool. As someone said, I believe it was my colleague, only 10 cases got to the courts via the Cyberscan unit. So we know that all of these issues, the issues that the member for Shelburne spoke to, the issues that my colleague, the member for Pictou West, spoke to, their personal experiences, those may have been remedied in a court, but they definitely would have been helped by more resources on the ground. So regardless of what happens with this legislation, I would urge this government to continue to step up their investment in organizations that help, in this case, vulnerable women and girls who need access to victim services, who need access to abuse services, who need access to counseling, because, Mr. Speaker, those are the places where these victims will most often avail themselves of help. And it is for that reason that I believe we must fund those kinds of services to the greatest degree possible. And I want to close by quoting my colleague, the member for Pictou West, because I was struck, Mr. Speaker, when she said that love is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And I just think that there is no more beautiful sentiment that we could take away with us as we think about this bill, as we think about the impact that bullying has, but to flip it on its head and think about what kind of world do we want. We're often criticized on this side of the House by the government for only talking about the bad stuff. With due respect, I think that's sort of our job. But notwithstanding, it's also important to talk about what it is that we want to achieve, what are the good things. And I think that was very elegantly summed up by the member when she said, love is not a luxury, it's a necessity. So let's work at providing that necessity to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a powerful evening in this House. We all have much to ponder. Mr. Speaker, I find myself this evening haunted by memories. Memories of my time serving as a teacher. I don't speak of this very often, Mr. Speaker. I was the acting vice principal at Prince Andrew High School the day Rehtaeh took her life. And to hear her name reminds me of how important it is that this bill has moved forward to ensure our youth, to ensure all Nova Scotians have the necessary protections. And Mr. Speaker, it's one of those moments where you never forget where you were. Never forget the look on my colleague's face who had tried so desperately and in the most professional way to assist that situation, but not having the tools at their disposal to assist. So the word that comes to my mind is haunted. And I suppose, Mr. Speaker, for those of us who were associated with that, that's how a great many of us feel. I want to thank the Minister of Justice, the Premier, my colleagues from Pictou West and Dartmouth South for being so vocal and passionate about ensuring that we have a foundation built. We have a law, a piece of legislation in place to ensure the protection of Nova Scotians. Laws, Mr. Speaker, must keep up with the times in which we live. As a former teacher, I can tell you, and many of you know this, the manner in which young people communicate with each other has changed dramatically since when we were in school. And at one time, it's fair to say it was the Wild West when it came to how they interacted with each other in terms of communicating on social media. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe through this piece of legislation, we have a foundation built. While the bill is not perfect, I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is better to have an imperfect bill on cyberbullying than no bill on cyberbullying which is perfect. The member for Dartmouth South had mentioned the importance of making sure more resources are deployed on the ground. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Our cyberbullying must encompass education and our healthcare system, along with our justice system, youth and family groups, community groups, faith-based organizations. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a former teacher, for those subjected to bullying or cyberbullying, a simple day can seem like a lifetime. And I, many times, while having lunch in my classroom, would often have students come to my room and my colleagues' rooms just to be in a safe place. And I know members on the other side certainly recall that. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, and many in this House know this, because of social media, a classroom wasn't always the safest place because they couldn't escape the bullying. So I believe this law will help educate. I believe this law will hold individuals that intentionally cause pain and suffering to be held accountable for their actions. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, it sets out to achieve that. And those that have been subject to bullying and cyberbullying, we know that they carry the scars for a very long time. And collectively, we are saying as a province, we must have legislation in place. We must ensure, Mr. Speaker, that this law clearly communicates to Nova Scotians that we take this very seriously. I have to say, it was inspiring, Mr. Speaker, to see members of this House work collectively to ensure the passage of this bill. Certainly as a new MLA, to see that process unfold where elected members come together for the public good, I believe Joseph Howe would be smiling down upon us. I believe, Mr. Speaker, we have acted for the benefit through this piece of legislation for all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fine, recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. It will be to close third reading on Bill number 27, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to take this time to thank each of my colleagues for their comments. I'm going to be brief because I could not give comments any more justice and purpose than what my colleagues have done this evening. So I want to take this opportunity to collectively thank the House for the support they've extended this bill, for the dialogue that we've had, very productive, very progressive, and appreciate the work that my colleague from Pictou West and Dartmouth South have injected into this discussion, and look forward to many of those discussions in the future as we work to address and resolve issues for all Nova Scotians. So with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 27, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 27, the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 27, an act respecting the unauthorized distribution of intimate images and protection against cyberbullying.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 39, the Financial Measures Act 2017.
We'll now call Bill number 39, the Financial Measures Act 2017. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 39, the Financial Measures Act 2017, be now read a third time and do pass. The Financial Measures Act provides the legislative authority for the measures in the budget 2017-18. The Financial Measures Act allows for the reduction of taxes for people who need it the most. It also provides assistance to small and medium-sized businesses so they can invest more in their companies and create jobs. It allows for more investments in health care, in our youth, in our families, and in our communities. It lays out a clear and reasonable and sustainable fiscal plan for this province. That positive position has been recognized by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, noting that Nova Scotia is only one of 2 provinces in Canada that has a fiscal plan that is sustainable. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Standard & Poor's, a bond rating agency, has improved Nova Scotia's long-term outlook to an A+ positive, citing improved fiscal performance as a reason for that change. Mr. Speaker, we recognize there is still more work to do, and being on the path to sustainable finances now allows us to begin a tax reform that Nova Scotians can afford. Mr. Speaker, I thank the members opposite for their comments on Bill 39. I expect there will be more tonight, and I do now move that this bill be read for a third time and do pass.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to rise today and give a few comments on the Financial Measures Act. I think of prior Financial Measures Acts over the last couple of years, and sometimes we have people marching around this legislature, Mr. Speaker, and chanting in a lot of anger. And that's not the case this time. And that's a good thing. I mean, we on this side of the House, we don't want to be the voice of anger. We don't want to be the voice of cynicism, as the government often says we are. We want to be the voice of opportunity and the voice of options. And when you look at a $10 billion budget, there's certainly lots of opportunities buried within that type of a budget. The question will be, how does this government execute on the opportunities that are presented? And we know when we looked at last year, we looked back at a lot of the situations we had in healthcare, which we know exist and we're still talking about today. Even in question period today, lots of examples of situations in healthcare that are less than ideal, shall we say. And we know that in the face of that, even the amount of money budgeted for healthcare last year wasn't used. So we'll look at the budgets that is available this year to the departments, and we'll wonder, will they be spent effectively? Will they be spent to the betterment of Nova Scotians? And we did have an election. And we hear some of the members opposite refer to that, and their majority that they won again. And I know that my colleague from Sydney River, Meyer of Lewisburg, he said, well, it's a question of using your majority now. And that was true, because even I think many people that we can find in the streets that may have supported this government, they may support them until they need health care. And then when they find, well, gee, there's a lot of gaps in the healthcare system, maybe they're not so happy anymore. So we need to make sure that in the coming years, healthcare in this province, delivery of healthcare in this province gets better, not worse. And it's been getting worse. And we know when the federal health transfer situation was being negotiated, that Nova Scotia broke ranks and signed their own side deal to the betterment of the federal government, many people would say. But one thing that our provincial government did hang their hat on was that they received additional funding for mental health care. And they said, well, we got additional money for mental health care, it's a good deal. And now here we are as time passes, and we're finding that people that are working in mental health in the province are wondering, well, where is that money? We didn't see that money. That money hasn't arrived to help frontline services. And they're right. They're right. So again, the money, even that the province would say is there, is not making it to its intended purpose. It's not making it to help Nova Scotians. And we have to worry about stuff like that. The Premier has said many times that the message, that he heard the message on the need to improve health care in the province. And he's talked about the numbers that they put investing in health care. But it's like with the rural internet, which we'll probably talk about. I asked the minister, when does it start? You keep saying this budget number, but when does it start? When will people actually have access to improved internet? And the answer is always soon. It's immediately, it's soon, it's all these types of things. But here we are now looking at what's happening with mental health care specifically, because it was held up as a big victory for Nova Scotia to get this additional money for mental health. And now, all these months later, the mental health professionals in this province are disappointed and disheartened that they haven't even had requests to meet with the department fulfilled. But I think the minister did say recently that he's now ready to meet with them.
So again, maybe we'll see some action on that. But there's the budget's a lot of numbers, the budget allocates a lot of money, but if you don't use that money to the benefit of Nova Scotians, then what is the point? You may be somebody who has supported this government, but you don't have any children in school. Or you supported this government and now you have a child in school who needs some help through the education system, needs some supports, and they're not there. So I think people's eyes get opened as time goes by. And I just hope we don't have people marching in the streets around Province House today on account of this budget and this Financial Measures Act. But we will soon. If this money is not spent effectively and efficiently to improve health care. And I do worry, you know, when people see what happened here last night and again today with two bills, and on one bill, a bit of a love-in on some changes that were made by the government quite rightfully, thanks to the efforts of two powerful opposition members from Dartmouth South and Pictou West pushing for changes, and on one bill they were accepted. Myself, I left here pretty disheartened last night when about an hour's worth of very reasoned amendments, very reasoned improvements to a bill were put forth one after another, after another, after another, and voted down. So therein lies the other side of a majority government. Because I'm sure it's kind of fun to giggle and pat yourself on the back and say 2 consecutive majorities. But if you don't use them to the benefit of the people, then the back patting will soon stop. And it is time for it to stop on many of the cases, on the healthcare file, and on some of these bills that are coming before the House. So when we look at what is coming through this Financial Measures Act, people look at it through their own lens. They will always look at it through their own lens, and they will ask themselves, am I being treated fairly by the government? Is the government there to deliver the services to me that I would expect it would be there to deliver? And there's a lot of people in the province that don't feel like they're being treated fairly by this government. And why should they? In many cases. And we've had a lot of talk this session about the situation with the university's funding. And I talked before about the CBU situation, and David Wheeler was there and doing what he thought was right and what he thought was fair, only to find out that other universities had a different concept of fairness, had different relationships with the government, and were receiving additional funding. And that beat goes on. That beat goes on, and even in this recent question periods, I think maybe in estimates, I asked the minister about did any other universities have SOFI loans that were forgiven or asked to be forgiven, and the minister was like, no. And now, bit by bit, it comes out. The truth ultimately comes out. There were at least 3 other universities who were struggling with their SOFI loans and had asked for some relief or extensions from the government, and they weren't available. But they were available to one university. So when people ask themselves, am I being treated fairly by my government, and then they hear these types of examples, they're quite right to be suspicious of whether or not they're being treated fairly. Because these are the high, they're very public situations, very publicly described situations of unfairness. But there are many, many more that just don't make it to the headlines. And people are right to be concerned. But when they look at the Financial Measures Act, and they'll ask themselves, is this a good thing for me? And if they're living in a rural area, they'll ask themselves, is it a good thing for me in terms of my rural internet service? And there'll be money in the budget for that. But again, when will it start to get to the people who are seeking the relief, who are seeking the fairness from the government? These are the things. They're driving the roads, and they're looking at how the money's being spent, and they're asking themselves, is this a fair allocation? So there's a lot we could be doing in this province around economic development,
in particular. I do applaud some of the tax changes that happened in this budget, but we look at some of the industries that could be in this province, that could be growing in this province, that could be thriving in this province, and what's happened to some of them. And you know, one budget we spent a tremendous amount of time talking about the changes to the film tax credit and the impact that they would have on the film industry. And we were very concerned about the impact that the changes that came through in that budget would have on the industry. And we were called negative, and we were called naysayers, and we were called fearmongers. We were called a lot of things over raising those concerns. But unfortunately, in many ways, our concerns were very well-founded. Our concerns were very well-founded, and if we look at the size of our industry here in Nova Scotia today, it's much smaller than it was, and it's certainly much smaller than it should be in terms of many of the factors that are lined up, would be lined up for us to be having a successful growing industry. We might be clawing back to where we were, but there's no success in that. And that's the same as when we look at the funding it's the same looking at the funding on the long-term care facilities where the government would quite rightly say, we put money back in, but they haven't even approached putting back in what they took out. So there's always two sides to the discussion that we need to consider together. We can't just take one element out and say, well, look, here it is, without the perspective of the full picture. And that's what's happening with the film industry. And I'm still disheartened by that in so many ways, because we may be clawing back in some parts of that industry, certainly not in all of them, but we're nowhere near where we should be. So these are the types of things that we will in time find out are in this budget, and what are the impacts of the things that are happening in the budget in this Financial Measures Act. What impact do they have going forward? But I will say that we don't know what they are today, but what we do know is that we are hopeful that the government will not abuse its majority. We are hopeful that the government will use its majority effectively and efficiently to spend the money that it's allocated through this process to the benefit of Nova Scotians, around healthcare, around transportation. And we could talk about, in transportation, the spending of money on the ferry situation. I remember during the campaign, I think it was right when the campaign started, that the ferry operator was in the news saying how high the bookings had gone and what an incredibly successful this year would be. And I said at the time to many people that was political posturing, and the numbers are now in. And it was political posturing. And if we look at how that investment, tourism numbers overall are up, for sure, and that is a good thing for this province. They're not up because of that investment. And I've said many times in this House, and I will continue to say, that investment, properly spent, would have had an even greater impact on the growth of our tourism industry. So when we think about how money is spent, we need to spend it effectively, we need to spend it efficiently, we need to spend it where it has the greatest return for Nova Scotians. And so, and here we are in the context of the film industry. The film tax credit at the time was $25 million was the cost that the province had identified. They said it cost $25 million. They never really talked about the benefits. They didn't ever really talk about the value. They talked about the cost. So back to them, the cost is now pretty much that again. It's pretty much that again. So to what end is the question. So we have a $10 billion document here, and there's some very good stuff in there, obviously some stuff that we were happy to see, especially around the take-home cancer treatments, and some of these things are good positive movements. And what I would say to the members opposite is you have a lot of opportunity at your feet to spend this money where it gets the maximum result for Nova Scotians. And I would just ask that you do that carefully, and you do that thoughtfully, and you do that wisely, taking a different path than has been taken for the past couple of years, because the final numbers, the final result on this budget will only be in years from now, when the lawsuits are settled and the dust has hit the ground on what the cost might be, because of the approach that was taken on various issues. Don't continue to take that approach. Take an approach that's has some compassion and shows some thoughtfulness on how the money is spent. So I wish the government well in that. I think we've demonstrated our desire to provide some ideas and solutions to some of the issues, and maybe some more will be taken. Maybe a couple. I don't know what the result would have been on the total number of amendments we introduced on the bills over the last few days, but I think there was probably maybe close to 100 amendments in totality, and I think one was accepted, maybe two. So that's a pretty low percentage, but it's still higher than zero. And I would only ask that the members consider trying to increase that percentage if they are serious about Nova Scotians and helping Nova Scotians. So with those few words, I would take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that sometimes it feels strange to talk about what I'm going to talk about today. When the House, when we've been debating things like cyberbullying and adult capacity, the rights, in that bill for people with limited capacities, it feels a strange thing, and yet I feel I must do it. I feel compelled to talk about what I'm going to talk about. I've had many chances over this session to talk about certain things in this budget. In budget estimates and in question period, and I've talked a lot about what I think are the shortfalls of this budget. I am still, and I'll be on the record for saying this, I still am in disbelief that as the critic for community services, I'm still in disbelief that the government has already spent somewhere close to $6 million on the elusive transformation that we much await. We await with bated breath to see what it will be. And now we're going to spend $2 million to study on a study to look into poverty, while we still make no increases to income assistance rates, and while child poverty is the highest in the country, and while more people are using food banks than ever before, the government continues to plan to do things differently. But we know that people can't wait any longer. But I'm not going to talk about that today. So I'm just going to leave that there. I'm going to talk about the Financial Measures Act from a very particular perspective. And it's one that doesn't get much attention in this House, which is fine, I get that, or in the budget, or even in the outside world. And the everyday person looking at the budget, listening to the news about the budget, would not immediately look to the lines that I want to talk about, and yet the budget lines are intrinsically connected with the quality of life that we enjoy in Nova Scotia, with our health, our education, and even, yes, our economy. When someone is feeling sick and is desperate for a family doctor or desperate for a raise in their minimum wage job, they don't first go to this budget line. And yet it contributes to our critical thinking, our political action, and our advocacy and care for one another, which connects to all of those things. So, surprise, surprise, today I want to talk about art. Yeah. There is a theater director and puppet maker in Vermont named Peter Schumann, and he's the founder and director of a company called Bread and Puppet Theater. And as part of his work, he has written a manifesto about art, and it's called the Cheap Art Manifesto. And in that manifesto, it says, I won't read the whole thing because it's a little weird, but I love it. It says, art soothes pain. Art wakes up sleepers. Art fights against war and stupidity. Art sings hallelujah. Artistic expression at its best stirs emotion, allows for the potential for new perspectives, which we could all stand to gain from in this House, challenges social and political norms, educates, heals pain, and responds to happenings in our communities. The presence of art is something we take for granted in our world, but just imagine a world without it for a moment. Sir Peter Bazalgette, who's the head of the British Arts Council, gets it perfectly, and I'll quote him, and I can table this if you like. Imagine society without the civilizing influence of the arts, and you'll strip out what is most pleasurable in life and much that is educationally vital. Take the collective memory from our museums, remove the bands from our schools and choirs and from our communities, lose the emphatic plays and dance from our theatres or the books from our libraries, expunge our festivals, literature and painting, and you're left with a society bereft of a national conversation about its identity or anything else. So I am not saying that that is what is happening in this province right now. I am saying far from that. You know, there was a time when I felt like that was happening in this province, when I'm thinking, of course, of when the Conservative Minister of Culture, Rodney MacDonald, shut down the Nova Scotia Arts Council with no warning and little regard for the value of art in our society. And it was a terrifying day. It was a dark day. There were people, just like when the film tax credit was cut, there were people everywhere in the streets. And it was a really scary time, actually. But I don't think we're in that place right now. Yeah, well, I'll talk about that in a second. I don't think we're in nearly as dark days as those. In fact, I think there's many things to be excited about in this budget when it comes to art. And I'm very grateful for the new Innovation Fund. I think that's a very exciting amount of money, but also an exciting purpose to encourage innovation in the arts. I'm really happy about it, and I can't wait to see what comes out of it. And I'm also excited about the new money for expressions of Mi'kmaq culture. And those are just two things. I mean, there's good stuff, and it's not very often when artists can look to a provincial budget and go, oh, there's $2 million of increases? That's incredible. So, frankly, it's good. But wait, I'm going to say more. I'm going to criticize more. No. No. Let's see. I've got 53 minutes left. Just kidding, everyone. The old triangle doesn't close until 11 o'clock. Okay, so hang on. Where am I? Oh, yeah. So. Good stuff, thank you. They're important funds, and they'll be used to create incredible works of art, and I encourage everyone to take in some of those incredible works of art when they are created. But here's the thing. When those projects are finished, when those artworks are created, then some of them will be finished forever. If their performance works, then they may never get seen again. If they're works of visual art, then that's great. They'll hang in museums. They'll provide pleasure. But the thing that happens to the creators is that they go back to the drawing board, so to speak. Pardon the pun. They go back to piecing together a living from many sources of income, mostly getting by, but in most cases unable to grow their art practice or to get to a place that's a more sustainable and less precarious way to live their lives. They are afraid to start families. I was afraid to start a family, and finally I was like, you know what? I'm too old to be afraid anymore. I just have to have a baby because this is what I want to do. But my position as an artist in the world was didn't allow me to have the confidence to do something like that. That's a big deal. Artists can't buy houses generally. It's a very particular situation, and I know. Listen, and. I understand the irony of what I'm talking about. As the the critic for community services, I understand that many of the people that I work for in that area, you know, are obviously in the same boat. However, everyone has the right to a home, and so in any case, artists are poorly for the most part. I will get more to that. Well, no, I will tell you this, that I did a quick little survey of some theatre companies in town, and I asked the artistic directors, quickly tell me, your full-time employees, what is their salary? I asked 3 different companies. For full-time employees of companies that have been around for 20 years, artists who have been working on their practice for 20 years, and the maximum was $40,000 a year, the minimum was $30,000 a year, so a little math there, around $35,000 is the annual salary for an artistic director of a theatre company in Nova Scotia. That's not official numbers, but that's about right. And that's before taxes. So over the course of this session, I have heard the government, and again, rightly so, in budget estimates, in member statements, in question period, boast about the tourism industry. There was one day when almost every person over there gave a member statement about how great the tourism industry is. And listen, I like tourism. I like tourists. I think it's great for our province. It's great, and I'm happy to hear it. But when I think about the tourism industry, and I think about what people who come here to consume things in our province consume, they largely consume art and culture. They go to shows, they go to music, they eat yummy food that's created by chefs who are artists. These are all artistic endeavors, and our tourism industry is based upon them. And so when we're talking about raking in millions of dollars and doubling our tourism revenues, then you need to recognize that that money is on the backs of poor artists who are largely underfunded. So here I am in my role as spokesperson for Communities, Culture and Heritage for the NDP, and I'm going to make an impassioned plea for one budget line. I would like to plead for a significant increase in the line to the budget that goes directly to sustaining grants for arts organizations. So, $1 million increase to that budget line would create incredible economic waves through the arts industry, because those organizations, they create and sustain the art and the art practices of many individual artists. They're largely made up of artists, or they contract artists to create the art. They are the backbone of the professional art communities, and they are chronically underfunded. And they do things that you would not believe with shoestring budgets. There are a few organizations in this province that are well-funded, although I am willing to bet that I will get phone calls from them all tomorrow saying, like, why did you call us out for saying that we had enough money? Because we don't. So Neptune Theatre, Symphony Nova Scotia, and Mermaid Theatre are well-funded from that pot of money that I'm talking about. And rightly so. They do incredible things, and they are anchor organizations in the professional arts community here, and they need to be well-funded. But we go from Mermaid Theatre, whose operating grant is just over $100,000, to then the rest of the operating companies, where the lowest operating amount is $10,000 and the highest is, I believe, $45,000. And most of them are at $25,000. There's 26 companies in this situation. Most of these companies are between $10,000 and $35,000 at the top end, and they've been at those levels for many years. These are organizations like 2B Theatre that tours around the world with very good, high-quality performances that are being booked for years in advance. Motion Dance, who again, they tour all over the place. They have put Nova Scotia's dance practice and dance community on the map. An eye-level gallery that features so many visual artists, grads from NASCAD and other artists who are making visual art. So these organizations are creating work and sustaining the work of artists full-time, and whose artistic output is very, very high. And so I did a little number crunching. I'm not an accountant, but I can play one on TV. $1 million. What's that? Yeah. Who's the calculator? $1 million. I've worked this out. $1 million, if you take away the top 3 organizations, and so that means you divide $1 million by 23 companies, that would be like an increase of $43,000, which would be unbelievably helpful. But you could also increase people's operating grants by $35,000 and add 5 new organizations at $35,000. See how, that's good math, eh? So that comes out to $1 million. There are many, many, many emerging arts organizations who can't access this money at all because there's no new companies or organizations being added because the fund has been frozen for so long, and there is no political will to put new increases in the arts, in arts and culture into these operating and these sustaining grants. So again, I know that say, oh, it's $1 million. Well, actually, it's not that much money. Although $1 million anywhere would be very helpful. We all know that. So that's my plea. To better support these organizations and to bring more organizations into the revenue stream at a sustainable amount, it would go a long way to creating a more sustainable creative culture in Nova Scotia, from which would grow more of the innovative minds that we keep talking about here. We're putting a lot of emphasis on innovation in culture, in business, and innovative minds are grown because they have access to art and things that challenge their brains and make people think in different ways. That is the job of art. And so if we want innovative people, we need to increase our funding for the arts. I have already talked about the intrinsic value of art. And I will reiterate that artists need to be highly valued and sustained by our society. Artists need to be able to create art, and to support the organizations that are run by artists and that create work and present work of art needs to be a top priority for this province. And if this budget, would be a much better document if it reflected this value. So I just want to, this is now off my notes, my speaking notes, so bear with me, but I wanted to echo something that the member from Pictou West was saying, Pictou East, when he talked about the film tax credit. We have not talked about the film tax credit very much in this session. And it feels a little bit like the film industry is, in a better place. There's, Screen Nova Scotia got an operating grant for $238,000. But the fact is that in 2014, in one union only, so I'm talking about the Technicians Union, IATSE 849, the salaries that union collected, the union members made in 2014 were $11 million. This year, it's $3 million. And it has dropped consistently since the tax credit was cut to $3 million. And that is only one union. We're not talking about actors. We're not talking about the Directors Guild. We're talking about IATSE 849. To me, that is extremely troubling. The film industry has taken a hit, and I am not actually sure that it will recover. I have been told by industry professionals that when they go to meetings in Los Angeles and New York to talk up Nova Scotia, what happens is the first question that's asked by producers is, what's your tax credit? It's not how does the government support your industry, it's what is your tax credit? Like, it's an assumption that the support is a tax credit. So the first question is, well, it's not really a tax, or the answer is it's not really a tax credit. And you know what happens? The decision-making producers leave the room. And then the underlings are left to sort of hear about how great Nova Scotia is to shoot in. So it's a real issue. The other issue with that change that happened when it did is that there is no money left for local film development. That money has dried up. And we need a fund of money to support local filmmakers who are Indigenous to Nova Scotia, who need money to develop their scripts, and then to use the equity funding to leverage money from other levels of government. Other funders, not necessarily other levels of government. But the Harold Greenberg Fund, the Telefilm Canada, they will not look at anyone who doesn't have some seed money. And we need a pot of money to support those artists. So I'm going to close by quoting the Québécois writer Gabrielle Roy, whose words, until recently, thank you to Stephen Harper, were on the $20 bill. And I'm sure you remember that the $20 bill used to say, could we ever know each other in the slightest without the arts? So please let us heed these words and understand how much we benefit from art and culture in our province and what we stand to lose if we do not protect and sustain our artists. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra-Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to rise and say a few words on the Financial Measures Act and say that we're in the dying hours of this House. This bill, of course, is going to pass. There's no question about that. We've seen that time and time again. But I think it's incumbent upon me to make a last-ditch effort to emphasize to this government and to the Department of Health just how important proper funding for health care is. I believe there is money there that can be saved if you would actually work with the people that are in the system, the doctors, if they don't all leave, the nurses, the frontline workers, the lab technicians. You know, we just heard some very passionate speeches about the cyberbullying bill. And you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that might help that is if there was proper funding for people who could help those that are having challenges in their life. Right now, you're looking at 450 to 60 days to get a meeting with a psychologist on Cape Breton Island. I talk to doctors on a regular basis who are telling me that they're going to have to leave. They're going to have to leave because the working conditions that are put in place are not proper for them. The tax issue that's being done with the federal government is creating a problem. I know that when I had some discussions with the Minister of Health, he made it very clear that the government has a majority. And I'll make it very clear, they have a majority, but the onus on them is to make sure that they use that majority to help Nova Scotians. When you have 100,000 people who don't have a doctor, and the plans you keep hearing are for 2 and 3 and 4 years down the road, that is of no comfort to the families that need someone today. Mr. Speaker, this budget has been allocated to do the right thing for the people of the province of Nova Scotia, and the right thing to do for people, to do for all the people of Nova Scotia, regardless who they voted for, is to make sure that their quality of life is good and that they can access the services that they've come to expect. So I know that when I vote no today, it's not going to make any difference. I'm hoping, though, I'm sincerely hoping that the government will look at some of the shortfalls, will look at what is happening in healthcare and decide to act today, not 3 and 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My opposition to this bill and the budget that it codifies into law, and to my opposition to the approach to the economy of Nova Scotia that it embodies, is an opposition that is rooted in, amongst other things, the experience of economics in my own family. I'd like to take a few moments, just as I open, to explain how that's so. My people come from Yarmouth County, which experienced one of the most dramatic out-migrations in the history of our province, the out-migration to the Boston States in the years following the First War. Now, this was the generation of my grandparents, many of whose brothers and sisters and cousins moved to New England, mainly to Massachusetts in those years, and who through their lives returned home every summer and spent time at home with their families, particularly once they got older in life and were in retirement. And that was when, as a younger person, I, in the summers particularly, spent a great deal of time with and getting to know and hear them and hearing about their lives. So I grew up and heard a lot as a younger person, listening to the generation of my great uncles and my great aunts talking when they were home about their lives in the States over the years, and most particularly, their talk would often run to that period of 10 or a dozen years before the outbreak of the Second War. They would speak about those years, many features of them. Carpentry jobs, mill jobs, domestic jobs, hard times and good times. But as a person, there was one word that they said with a sense of significance that when they said it, it almost sounded sacred. And the one word that they all said with this special kind of weighted sense was the word Roosevelt. Now bear with me, Mr. Speaker, I'll be returning to our budget in a moment, but I want to explain a bit about the background to the significance of that word. The background was the economics of their experience of the Great Depression. In 1928, Herbert Hoover, a Republican and a fiscal conservative, had been elected President of the United States. And when the stock market crash took place in 1929, his approach to the economic crisis was one totally consistent with his fiscally conservative approach. For Herbert Hoover, if the economy was not performing well, and certainly at that time it wasn't, for him, this must be because, in his view, the government was failing to operate with a balanced budget. Taxes, in his view, on investments. Taxes for investors must be, in his view, too high. That must be the source of the problem. The result must be that the too high taxes are being used to support bloated government expenditures. So was the train of thinking of Herbert Hoover's mind. Therefore, Herbert Hoover's solution to the economic crisis was not to invest. The Hoover solution was port to starboard to cut. And when the Great Depression then deepened in 30 and 31, the greater the deepening happened, the greater was the response of that American administration to respond to the crisis, thinking this would solve it, of bringing in ever deeper series of cuts. The Hoover solution was to cut, restrict, constrict, and then to do that some more, assuming that at some point this was a path by focusing exclusively on the balancing of that budget that could lead to the rectifying of the increasingly deepening and deepeningly dire economic situation in the country. Now, those who lived through that crisis in 29, 30, and 31 in those circumstances, there are people who remembered the details of this very, very clearly. Because as the cuts deepened, people had less and less money to spend. And as a result, of course, businesses' profits began and then continued to decline. And as a result of the loss of profit in the business sector, of course, employees were laid off. Of course, laid-off employees had less and less to spend, and the downward spiral continued to a place that was deeply frightening to everybody who lived through it. People who had never been without work in their lives were without work for the first time, many of them on bread lines. People who'd been brought up on a farm, had never known anything about hunger, were hungry for the first time in their experience. And then In 1932, something happened, and this is a matter of the experience of our people in Nova Scotia who have known such levels of out-migration over generations. This is a matter from our people's history that is very important for us to not be ignorant of in this particular moment in 2017. In 1932, the Democrats in the States nominated for president Franklin Roosevelt. And he ran on the basis in 32 of what was an entirely new and entirely innovative idea about how to deal with the crisis. We're familiar with its name. It was called the New Deal. And Roosevelt and the New Dealers, as they were called, held the view that the core cause of the Depression was a chronic shortfall of aggregate demand. And therefore, since aggregate demand being chronically insufficient was the cause of the economic shortfall, the economic road forward, the New Dealers said, was exactly the opposite of the proposal that Hoover had been putting forward. It wasn't to cut, it wasn't to restrict, it wasn't to constrict the spending of the government and the investment of the government in its people. It was rather for the government to, in a bold way that it had not done before, move into the business of investing in people's lives. And therefore, purchasing power would be stimulated, incomes would be increased, new investment would be drawn towards a reinvigorated market, and thus they held the chronic constriction and shrinking of our economy and the crisis that had come to be experienced by so many, thus this crisis would be lifted. Now, Roosevelt won that election, and the New Deal was implemented. And soon, soup kitchens began to shrink. Bread lines started withering up. People went back to work. People began again to buy things. The Depression lifted. Some of my own relatives' positions, I'm sure this is true of the relatives of many of those here this evening that I'm speaking to, found themselves in circumstances as the New Deal continued to gather momentum, where they went from utter destitution to places where they were able to provide for their children, even to buy homes and to establish coherent working lives. And for the rest of those people's lives, even until as old people, they came home and spoke about it. Decades later, to me, their young, very interested great-nephew, the word Hoover was a word they Hoover spat out. And the word Roosevelt was pronounced with a certain reverence. Now, I want to return to the present moment, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say something that will sound very harsh, but is a considered and weighed judgment. In my view, what we have at the moment in Nova Scotia is a Hooverist administration. Now, what is the legacy of this government's first term? The legacy of this government's first term is the cutting, the elimination of the entire Department of Rural and Economic Development, with the loss of jobs resulting in the hundreds, the cutting of jobs in parks, the cutting of jobs in tourism, the cutting of support to organizations like CNIB, Eating Disorders Nova Scotia, seniors groups, community groups all over the province. The cutting, as the member for Dartmouth North has spoken about so articulately, of the film tax credit, with the resulting dispersal of hundreds and thousands of creative, project-oriented and entrepreneurial people to jurisdictions with more future-oriented programs of support to the creative sector. The cutting, I am sorry to say, of the funds that support staffing and programming and diet in the nursing homes all across Nova Scotia. And what was accomplished by all of this cutting, all this retrenchment, all this shrinking? This, Mr. Speaker, and this alone, a budget surplus. And then a second budget surplus, as we have it before us in this current act? And at what price have these budget surpluses been accomplished? At the price of the government's making no investments significant enough to alter the fact that we in Nova Scotia have the worst child poverty rate of any province in our country. This was accomplished, this budget surplus, at the price of the government's making no investments significant enough to alter the fact that in Nova Scotia we have the fastest rate of increase of food bank use of any jurisdiction in the country. These back-to-back budget surpluses that have been accomplished at the great price of the closing of the door of opportunity, of the government's making no investments significant enough to alter the fact that we have the fastest rising tuition of any province in the country. Now, if you read anything about the story of those years in the United States, 30, 31, and 32, one thing that you will be struck by about Herbert Hoover and his approach is the absolute swaggering self-certainty, the utter self-satisfaction, the absence of any critical self-reflection with which Herbert Hoover held the view that prioritizing budget surpluses over investment in people was the path that could lead to recovery from the economic doldrums. And we hear the echoes of this sanctimoniousness in the defenses that are offered of this budget and for this budget, and the defenses that are offered of and for the program of which this budget is a part. We hear the echoes of the voice of Herbert Hoover in the proclamation of Bill 148, as though our economy is going to thrive and prosper when the incomes of the entire provincial public sector are frozen and surpassed by annual inflation. And we hear the echoes of Herbert Hooverism in our minimum wage, as though our small businesses can thrive and reinvest when they're selling into a market where a third of employees make under $15 an hour. And while other provinces move to $15 an hour, our province moves this year 15 cents. We hear the echoes of Herbert Hooverism, where the budget is balanced by funds being withheld that had been earmarked for hospital infrastructure spending, with the result that our hospital infrastructure continues to crumble in communities across the province. We hear the echoes of Herbert Hooverism in a budget that increases social assistance rate by $0 and 0 cents. And we certainly hear the echoes of Herbert Hooverism when the members of the government roar in disbelief, sometimes in rudeness, and occasionally even in anger, that anybody should dare suggest that they, like the Republicans of 1932, are anything other than utter heroes. What we are presented with in this Financial Measures Act, Mr. Speaker, is a budget and a program which is entirely a Hooverist reversal. It takes us backwards to the Hooverist approach, which wrongly thinks we can cut our way towards a prosperous future. It fails to recognize that there is another, a more future-oriented path for which the people in our province are crying out as surely as my great-uncles and great-aunts were crying out for the New Deal in the early 30s in Massachusetts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I intend to do an examination of the Financial Measures Act in a moment, but I just wanted to say, after hearing the speech of the Leader of the NDP, that I now understand why he's been so hard on the Premier and the Premier's grasp of history, Mr. Speaker, because that was a great historical lesson that he provided to us. He did leave one or two things out, Mr. Speaker. I am actually a Franklin Delano Roosevelt fan myself. When Roosevelt came into office in the Great Depression, he felt one of the best things he could do was put people back to work building the infrastructure of his country. He started the Tennessee Valley Authority. He built out the interstate highway system. He generated a great rural electrification program, Mr. Speaker, all of them great examples of public-private partnerships that got the country going, Mr. Speaker. I see Mr. Buick can't take it in the gallery anymore.
Order, please. How about we get back to Bill 39? The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to make good use of it in the next few minutes. I also just want to say quickly that there was another President Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, Mr. Speaker. It was before the Leader of the NDP's time. It was more aligned with my colleague, the member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley's time. But he too was a Republican Roosevelt President of the United States, Mr. Speaker. He was known for his great environmentalism. He started the National Parks Commissions across the states. He went to the Grand Canyon and insisted it be protected for all time. He was also known as a trust buster, Mr. Speaker. He saw the great concentration of corporate wealth at the top of the hierarchy of the United States, and he busted it up to support the small businesses of the United States, Mr. Speaker. He was, in a way, a leading progressive conservative, and I just want to pay a little tribute to the other Roosevelt, Mr. Speaker, who was also President of the United States a long, long time ago. Now, I know everyone is wondering what this has to do with the Financial Measures Act of 2017, Mr. Speaker, and let me say this. The great question that we came into this House with after the election was, did the government get the message about health care and the crisis in health care or not? All 51 of us were engaged with voters for that 30 days in May, Mr. Speaker, many of us crisscrossing the province. We met families without a doctor. We met parents whose son or daughter is on a year-long wait list in Cape Breton for mental health services. We met people in chronic pain that have been waiting 2 years, Mr. Speaker, to get a hip or knee surgery, important surgeries to relieve that pain. I'll never forget the day, Mr. Speaker, I met an older woman who had been on pain medication for so long while she waited for a hip surgery that after the surgery was finally done, she needed addiction treatment for the addiction she had developed to that pain medication, Mr. Speaker. These are the great issues that people wanted to know. Did this government get the message about health care? Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the answer is obviously no. This is the last bill to come forward in this fall session of the House. It is the bill where the government literally puts its money where its mouth is. There has been lots of lip service from this government about health care. The Premier himself said they got the message before this House session started. Then we had the budget and the estimates and the Financial Measures Act that we see before us. Not one new cent in primary health care, which is where the investments need to go to make sure that people get the family doctors that they need, Mr. Speaker. There is very, very little for mental health care in this budget, Mr. Speaker, despite the glaring need. And the wait lists for important surgeries, they are not going down, Mr. Speaker, they are going up. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, when the government does bring in its budget and it prepares all of the budget bulletins that go with it, all they talk about is we're putting $1 million into this, or we're putting $1.2 million into that, Mr. Speaker, as if the money itself is the story. That is not the story, Mr. Speaker. Why does the government never, ever think to say when they do take action in health care to tell us who's going to benefit? How many people will get the help that they need? How many more doctors will be available to Nova Scotians? There's been no announcement, Mr. Speaker, about the important things that Nova Scotians want to know. How much can we bring that wait list down for mental health services in Cape Breton? How much shorter can we make the wait for chronic pain, Mr. Speaker, and the important surgeries that can relieve that pain? How many families will get a doctor that don't have one today? Mr. Speaker, not one single target in any of those areas. We talked about the cap and trade bill and how it doesn't have targets on the environment, Mr. Speaker. This is the bigger issue at the moment, the crisis issue, which is our healthcare system. Today, we talked about the Nova Scotia Health Authority issuing 101 press releases in the first half of this year. 60 of them were about emergency room closures. That's more than half. 30 were about blood clinic closures. 90% of those releases are about important services that we're closing, Mr. Speaker. Where is the press release that says the government has taken new action and that another 1,000 families will get a doctor? There isn't one. Or the press release that says that wait times for mental health are dropping for young people? There isn't one, Mr. Speaker. And yet, when the budget comes to this House, we're supposed to be happy if there's $1 million going somewhere. Well, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians do not care about the $1 million. What they care about is the people that aren't getting the help that they need. And here we are, Mr. Speaker, no further ahead on those important things. Did this government get the message about health care, about doctors, about mental health? No, they did not, Mr. Speaker. What is an election for if it's not for the voters to tell their political candidates what's important to them? And the voters, Mr. Speaker, they did tell us. And they truly want to believe that when the election is over, that their voice is going to be heard after they've dropped their ballots in the ballot box. But that is not the case, Mr. Speaker, or we would have a budget here in this House that has been labeled a health care budget that puts real investments into health care and sets real targets for more doctors and for mental health wait lists and all the rest. But we do not have that, Mr. Speaker. They did not get the message. Mr. Speaker, when I was asking the Premier about cap and trade today and earlier in this session, this was the point that we wanted to make. That people deserve to know the cost, and this government is determined to always tell them the cost of things when it comes to health care, and they deserve to know the benefits as well when the government is spending money in health care. But there's never any discussion about the benefits, Mr. Speaker. And that's very telling. It's very telling because people want to know, do you care about the dollars or do you care about people? If you cared about people, you would put that up front. A budget that cared about people would say, this budget is about health care and getting people the help they need because that's what they told us they wanted. And yet it is not, Mr. Speaker. I do want to say, changing gears for a moment, that one of the things that we have supported, both in the campaign, in our respective platforms, and right up to today, is the tax cut that is aimed at our lowest income Nova Scotians, delivered by way of increasing the basic personal amount so that Nova Scotians get a real tax break starting with the most modest income Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we support. It actually makes the cost of living a little easier for the people that need that help the most. And on this one, the government was very quick in the press release that accompanied the Financial Measures Act and in the budget documents themselves to put that tax cut right up front so that everybody would know the amount cut. They broke it down into different income levels so that people would know at $20,000, at $40,000, at $60,000, this is what this tax cut will mean for individual families. And that would be good if it was the whole story, Mr. Speaker. But in this very same session of the House, the government brings in a cap and trade plan without any disclosure about how much more in cap and trade costs the government is going to add to the family budget of those very same people, Mr. Speaker. How much more they're going to have to pay to drive to work, or to heat their home, or to buy the groceries, or to pay the electric bill, Mr. Speaker. There is no open, transparent press release that answers those questions. Mr. Speaker, as much as we support that tax cut, if it isn't followed by a transparent analysis of the extra costs the government is putting onto the backs of Nova Scotians at the same time, then it is not really meaningful. And that's a problem, Mr. Speaker. It would have been so much better and more respectful of hard-working, tax-paying Nova Scotians if the government said, look, there is this tax cut, that's good. We are going to ask you to pay more on the other side. I know that's a lot to ask, but here's what it'll mean for the environment. And then Nova Scotians could have all the information they need to determine whether they're supportive of this or not. But they don't get the whole story. They got half the story. They don't know how much more because their government won't tell them. They're going to have to pay in cap and trade. And they also don't know how much, if any, the environment will improve by, Mr. Speaker. We can't support a budget that only tells Nova Scotians half the story. And I know that the Minister of Health has been among the members on the government side to keep pointing out that we're voting against the budget. And yes, we are. We wanted a health care budget. We wanted to see real investments in more doctors and mental health, Mr. Speaker, and wait time reductions. That's not happening, Mr. Speaker, and I will repeat, we will vote against every budget this government brings in until they get serious about getting people a family doctor. Mr. Speaker, that is the reality of the situation we're in. Mr. Speaker, for the small businesses of Nova Scotia, the government was very quick to pat itself on the back for raising the small business threshold, which would result in less tax paid by a lot of our small businesses. And they were very quick to quantify how much that would be. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that is a good thing. But it's only half the story, because at the same time, the federal Liberal government in Ottawa is enacting some pretty serious tax increases on those very same small businesses. And we asked this government to tell us how much more will come out of the pockets of small businesses because of the federal changes. And the government says, well, we don't know, that's federal. We just passed along your concerns, as if that's the whole job of being in government, Mr. Speaker. But how can a Nova Scotia small business celebrate the increase in their small business threshold when they are not also given the straight goods on how much more cap and trade will cost or how much more they're going to have to pay in taxes because of the federal changes, Mr. Speaker? We need more openness and transparency in government. We need a government that will actually trust the citizens of Nova Scotia with all of the information that they need to decide whether they like the direction that the province is going in or not. You know, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia's small businesses, they are successful because they are very good at analyzing the costs and the benefits of different programs and deciding what direction they want to take their business in. Why not trust them to do the same thing when the federal government and the provincial government makes changes to the way they're taxed or to the way that we manage the natural environment, Mr. Speaker? Why not let them see the whole story? Mr. Speaker, maybe voter turnout would be higher if Nova Scotians felt they were being given the entire picture, both before and after the election, Mr. Speaker. That would be wonderful if that happened. You know, in its essence, a budget is really just a list of all the taxes the government's going to take in and all the programs that they're going to spend money on going out the other side, and then it's either balanced or not at the bottom, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's fair to say this government has made it very clear their focus is on those things. But there is a third element that is missing from this budget and quite frankly, every budget this government has brought in. And that third element is growth. It is opportunity. It is prosperity. It is jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's where Nova Scotians want to see our energy. How do we provide more young people with opportunities here at home? How do we get our economy growing instead of flatline, Mr. Speaker, or shrinking? How do we show the people of Nova Scotia we can be more prosperous in the future than we are today? In other words, Mr. Speaker, the vision thing. Where is the vision thing? You know, Mr. Speaker, there are so many ways that we could be moving ahead. There are so many ways we could be working on getting cheaper, cleaner energy to this province, as one example. Just today, there was a report about how Nova Scotians are going to have to pay 2 or 3 times the North American price for natural gas, as an example. And that real Nova Scotia manufacturers, like Michelin, like Oxford Frozen Foods, and others, are now looking at whether they can afford to stay on natural gas, even though it's cleaner and cheaper than the fuels that it replaced. Because there is no plan, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we can take advantage of the North America-wide surge in supply of natural gas and the environmental benefits and the jobs that come with it. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, this government was giving a report on onshore gas development and brought in a bill to ban onshore gas development in all its forms, specifically to ban high-volume hydraulic fracturing. And I know the government thinks that's because that's what the polls say is popular. And I suppose they do, Mr. Speaker. But right now in Spring Hill, there is a company with an exploration license in Spring Hill, not even for hydraulic fracturing, whose license is about to expire, and they are pulling out. And the potential for jobs is pulling out with them. And the potential for our own domestic supply of gas is pulling out with them, because 3 years later the government still hasn't defined what it banned. And so any company wanting to do onshore exploration and development here has been scared off. And as a result, one more hope of how we might move forward as a province and create some jobs, particularly in rural areas, disappears, Mr. Speaker. You know, I will finish up with this. I think deep down in our hearts, all of us know not only that this is a great province, but it could be a prosperous province as well. We travel around. Many Nova Scotians vacation in their own province. They see the abundance of natural resources, the world-class lobster fishery and ground fishery, and the forest stands that we have harvested for hundreds of years that are still there today to be harvested again in a responsible way. They visit the towns of Antigonish and Wolfville and the city of Halifax and Sydney, and they see the great universities that we have and the tens of thousands of smart graduates that come out every year. They look at the beautiful campuses we now have of the community college and all the graduates that come out of there as well. They look on a map and they see we are part of free trade agreements in North America and now with Europe, and we're in the middle of both. And they watch every day as our great ports bring in and send out containers full of products, Mr. Speaker, here in Halifax and in Sydney and in the other ports. And they see all of that and they wonder, why are we a have-not province when we have so much going for us? And that is the great lament of Nova Scotia. We know we have the resources and the ingenuity and the business sense and the location on the planet and the higher education institutions to make us wealthy. Mr. Speaker, it just takes vision. It just takes a plan. If this government spent half as much time on that as they did on trying to shave a few dollars off the cost side of the equation, Mr. Speaker, we would all be in much better shape. So I do want to say to the government, yes, we are voting against the budget and the Financial Measures Act, and we will continue to until there's a real plan for family doctors, or more specifically, until those Nova Scotians who are crying out for a doctor get the health care that we need. Yes, we will vote against this budget and every budget that this government brings in until the wait list for adolescent mental health in Cape Breton Island falls below the one-year embarrassing amount that it is now. Yes, we will vote against this budget, Mr. Speaker, when people in chronic pain have to wait 2 years or more for basic surgeries in our hospitals, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, we will vote against every budget that wastes another year in a flatlined economy while Nova Scotians want to see this province start to take advantage of the amazing potential it has and move its economy forward and create real opportunity for all Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. That is the budget that we continue to hope to see come from this government. And that is the day we'll start voting for budgets, Mr. Speaker, and against budgets like this one that completely miss the point of what Nova Scotians want their government working on. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I will take my place. Thank you very much.
Time to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance will be to close third reading of Bill number 39, the Financial Measures Act 2017. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin to respond to what we've just heard, I do want to take the opportunity to thank all of the public servants who work very hard in all of our departments to build this budget. Mr. Speaker, I stand to close debate, a third reading debate on Bill 39, the Financial Measures Act. We have listened, we have heard, and you know, we've had a history lesson in U.S. economics. Felt like I was back in grade 11, perhaps, where we talked about that. I also heard from some of the members who were acknowledging that there were some positive things in the budget, and it's great to hear that from the opposition members. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the speakers talked about options and opportunities in this particular budget. And I think it's important to look at that. Whenever a government is building a budget, they have to look at options and opportunities. They have to look at the resources that they have, the needs of the Nova Scotians, and how you can best invest the precious dollars that we have into services for Nova Scotians. And without, Mr. Speaker, without loading a greater burden on our children and our grandchildren who will be paying for that forever. Mr. Speaker, we heard one of the speakers talk about the legacy of this government. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the legacy of this government is one that I'm very proud of, one that we're very proud of. And I could go on and talk about the legacy of the previous government, one that I'm sure, I would think, I can't be sure, I would think many people in that government would not be very happy with the legacy that they left. That government, the NDP government, Mr. Speaker, was one that, you know, It took money out of classrooms, Mr. Speaker. It bought Labour peace at a price that this province could not afford. You know, Mr. Speaker, we had an election in 2013, and Nova Scotians made a decision then that they did not want that legacy for their kids and their grandkids. They wanted a government that would be responsible. They also, in 2013, listened when we were saying we have to take the checkbook away from the NDP, and we did, Mr. Speaker. You know, we talk about a balance, and I think it's important that we focus on a balance. But when you're settling wage contracts with an increase of 7.5% in wages and the revenue of the province coming in at the same time is hovering around 1%, that's not a very fair balance, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, that's their legacy. They can live with that. It will not be our legacy. We have said, Mr. Speaker, that we would live within our means. We would bring the fiscal health of this province back in line. I've spoken a couple of times here about how that's being recognized nationally. We are one of 2 provinces that has a sustainable path for fiscal health in this province. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when investors are looking at Nova Scotia, they're looking at the bond rating that we have. And our bond rating has just increased to an
Order,
A+.
please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Our bond rating, Mr. Speaker, has increased to A+ positive. That's what investors look at. Mr. Speaker, that aside, we'll go on. Mr. Speaker, when we were looking at how can you use the precious dollars that you have, we looked at those people and those services in Nova Scotia who were in greatest need. And that is, one of the members spoke about the tax reform and acknowledged that we were, when we were fiscally able to do it, address taxes in this province, and we did that, and we will continue to do that while we have the resources to do that. Mr. Speaker, you know, I know that whenever there's a budget that's presented, there will be places where people can say, we should have done more, you should have done this, you should have done that. That's the role of the opposition. But I do want to acknowledge the comments from the opposition members who did speak positively about some of the items in the budget. That's encouraging. They are paying attention to what we're doing. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do what's best for Nova Scotians. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I will obviously expect support from the opposition, and I would ask that we now close close the debate on Bill 39, the Financial Measures Act.
Motion is for third reading of Bill 39, Financial Measures Act. There's been a request for recorded vote. We will ring the bells. We will not ring the bells. Are the whips satisfied? The whips are satisfied. The clerks will now prepare for a recorded vote. And I will ask all members to remain absolutely silent. When your name is called, please stand tall and state a clear yea or nay. Clerks will now conduct the recorded vote.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Ms. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Mr. McNeil.
Yes.
Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Kousoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Ms. Mitledge-Diab.
Oui.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Mr. Momberket.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Oui.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. McKay, Mr. Jessam,
Oui.
Ms. Lonis Croft,
Yes.
Ms. DiCostanzo,
Oui.
Mr. Irving,
Yes.
Mr. McMaster,
No.
Mr. McLeod,
No.
Mr. Dunn,
No.
Ms. McFarland,
No.
Mr. Bailey,
No.
Monsieur d'Entremont,
No.
Mr. Dave Wilson,
No.
Mr. Burrell,
No.
Ms. Zann,
No.
Ms. Roberts,
No.
Ms. LeBlanc,
No.
Ms. Martin,
No.
Ms. Chender,
No.
Ms. Smith McCrossan,
No.
Ms. Pond,
No.
Mr. Houston,
Nope.
Mr. Orrell,
No.
Mr. Bain, Mr. Lohr,
No.
Mr. Johns, Ms. Adams,
No.
Ms. Masland,
No.
Mr. Hallman,
No.
Mr. Harrison,
No.
those in favor of the motion, 25, those against, 22.
The motion is carried.
Bill number 39, an act respecting certain financial measures.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for this evening.
For this session.
The House will now recess for a few minutes while we await the arrival of His Honour. Let His Honor the Administrator be admitted.
Please rise. His Honor, the Administrator. It is the wish of His Honor that the ladies and gentlemen be seated.
May it please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the province has at its present session passed certain bills to which, in the name and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
Bill number 7, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act. Bill number 8, an act to amend Chapter 44 of the Acts of 2005, the Pre-Primary Education Act. Bill number 10, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter. Bill number 12, an act to amend Chapter 43 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Boxing Authority Act. Bill number 13, an act to amend Chapter 207 of the Acts of 1899, an act to incorporate Harmony Cemetery Company in the County of Colchester. Bill number 15, an act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act. Bill number 16, an act respecting representative decision-making. Bill number 17, an act to amend Chapter 436 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Solemnization of Marriage Act. Bill number 18, an act respecting the dissolution of the Congregation of Notre Dame, St. Joseph Province. Bill number 19, an act to amend various consumer protection statutes. Bill number 24, an act respecting Canadian Baptist of Atlantic Canada. Bill number 27, an act respecting an unauthorized distribution of intimate images and protection against cyberbullying. Bill number 29, an act to amend Chapter 32 of the Acts of 2015, the Marine Renewable Energy Act. Bill number 33, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1997, the Gas Distribution Act. Bill number 36, an act relating to common lands in the town of Lunenburg. Bill number 39, an act respecting certain financial measures. Bill number 41, an act to amend Chapter 87 of the Acts of 1948, the Digby Water Commission Act.
In Her Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
Having been graciously pleased to give your assent to the bills passed during the present session, it becomes my agreeable duty on behalf of Her Majesty's dutiful and loyal subjects, her faithful Commons of Nova Scotia, to present your honour a bill for the appropriation of supply granted in the present session for the support of the public service and to request your honour's assent thereto.
An act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
In Her Majesty's name, I thank her loyal subjects. I accept their benevolence and I assent to this bill.
Please rise. His Honour, the Speaker.
I would ask the members to please rise and join me in the singing of the national anthem. Oh. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I move that we close this session, I do want to take a few minutes. First of all, at the beginning of the session, when we had our throne speech, we recognized the number of Nova Scotians who had made an extraordinary contribution, who We had lost since the last time we were sitting, as many members of this House would know. Yesterday we lost Grace Kinley, who her and her husband, His Honour, represented the Queen in our province as the Lieutenant Governor. And on behalf of all members of this House, I want to extend our deepest sympathies to the Kinley family and let them know that they are in our thoughts and prayers as they go through this journey as a family. I also want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, as we sit in this House, the tremendous support that we receive from so many people. It's our pages. I think I speak on behalf of all members of this House that each time we come into this House and see so many young people here gives us tremendous hope for the future of this province. And you not only represent your peers well, you represent all of us very well inside of this House. Speaker, I want to recognize those at Ledge TV, the clerks at the sit. You have to suffer through all of the debate. I want to acknowledge Hansard Bob Kinsman, who is now enjoying his retirement, and Colleen Denemy, close, at the Hansard team for their tremendous support. Legislative Library, Mr. Speaker, Peter and Mike and all of the support staff here at the House, the Sergeant at Arms. Extraordinary group of commissionaires, Mr. Speaker, are not only who not only serve us as we're sitting in this House, but are here all the time, and as members coming from their constituencies back and forth, it is a great comfort to see the professional way that we're greeted in this House and served. So thank you, not just for the service you provide us during this session, but all year long. Speaker, I want to thank the Halifax Regional Police and the RCMP who have provided security in and around this building at different times. Grateful we didn't require them as much as we have in the past, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge the staffs of all of our caucus offices who do a tremendous job. Everyone forgets, and I say this to the opposition staff who are, I hope, listening. I know what a challenge is at times to prepare for bills that are dropped here, and then you're expected to pull together speaking notes and get ready for question period and help members prepare for question period. On behalf of all members of this House, I want to extend our thanks to you and to our and to our own staff. Let me say a great deal of appreciation from our members, those in the caucus office and those who work in, whether it's in a minister's office or in the Premier's office. We thank you for your support to us, to our families, and quite frankly, your service to Nova Scotians. I want to thank the entire public service, Mr. Speaker, who this has been an extraordinary year for them. A budget dropped, and then of course we go into a campaign, and we all go out and hope to and look for the votes of Nova Scotia, and then return back here to go through another budget session. And I can tell you how proud I am each and every day of the public servants who work on behalf of us in this province and deliver services to Nova Scotians. So I want to thank all of them. On behalf of all of the members in this House, as we're here, our constituency officers are still running. I want to acknowledge our constituency assistants who are not here. Who do a tremendous amount of work day in and day out on behalf of the people that we're so fortunate to represent here in this House. And I want to acknowledge all of our families. Being in this House, this job is a tough job every day when it comes to families having to enjoy some of the activity that we get ourselves into. But when you're actually in this House and you're committed to being here 5 days a week, it is always challenging. It becomes many cases, and I can speak for myself, my children were raised by their mother. She became a single parent when this House is sitting, and she became both mother and father while the house was sitting, and I think that reflects what happens in a lot of our houses when this place is sitting and the hours we're sitting. So I do want to acknowledge all of our families for their commitment to each of the members, but also their commitment to public service. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all of the new members who are making it through their first session. You should be very proud of the effort that you've brought in, and I can tell you I've more than once leaned over to someone in this House and said these members have hit the ground running. You've all done an outstanding job of representing yourself and your constituents, and we look forward to working with you over the next 4 years. So congratulations to all of you. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the Assembly, I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker.
Motion is that the House now adjourn to meet again at the call of the Speaker. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We now stand adjourned.